economic justice, including his advocacy for workers' rights, black economic empowerment, and the upliftment of disadvantaged communities. Acknowledges his leadership roles within the
A moment for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please take your seats. Honourable members. Order, honourable members, please take your seats. Honourable Mente, is there a point of order before we've even started?
Now, I just wanted to check, Deputy Speaker, the prayer was extremely long. Is it because it's vote 2? Are we praying for our budget?
No, it's because they are in court, MK.
Honourable members, let's proceed with the House. Honourable members, the first item on the order paper, honourable members, order. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Opposition. I now recognise the Honourable Douglas.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Umkhonto Sizwe notes that the House notes with deep sadness the passing of Mr. Ntando Nkosi Shezi, a Member of Parliament representing Umkhonto Sizwe in the National Assembly. Further notes that Mr. Shezi dedicated his life to the service of people of South Africa as an educator, community leader, trade unionist, church leader, and a champion of economic transformation, carrying out his parliamentary responsibilities with diligence, discipline, and unwavering commitment. Recognizes his contribution to the struggle for social and economic justice, including his advocacy for workers' rights, black economic empowerment, and the upliftment of disadvantaged communities. Acknowledges his leadership roles within the education sector, civil society, and community formations, where he consistently advanced the ideals of fairness, equality, and radical economic transformation, and conveys its sincere condolences to his wife, children, family, friends, comrades, the Umkhonto Sizwe Party, and all those whose lives were touched and inspired by his leadership and service. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Douglas. Before I give other parties an opportunity, honourable members to my right, we are busy with a motion of condolence. I do expect that we show the necessary respect.
They don't know what that means.
Honourable members, please do not open your microphones without being recognised. Honourable members, I also want to recognise the presence of the Honourable Shezi's family in the gallery, his wife and 4 sons. I now invite the Honourable Maiku.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ANC to honour the life of Honourable Nkosi Shezi of Umkhonto Sizwe Party. I worked with him for a short time in Portfolio Committee of Employment and Labour. In that short time, he reminded us what this job is about. Honourable Shezi was a humble, straightforward, and allergic to nonsense. He would listen to a 20-minute presentation full of crabs and policy jargon, then lean forward and say, "Chair, with respect, what does this mean for the worker in Rustenburg who hasn't been paid?" The room will go quiet because he has just cut to the bone. But if you knew Honourable Shezi, you knew one other thing. The man loved the camera more than a good subsidy claim loves a red tape. On oversight visit, before we even go out of the minibus, his phone was out. He was already filming the gate the factory floor, the notice board, the lunchroom. Officials will still be clearing their throats to start the briefing. And Shezu will say, just a second, let me get this for the people. In a committee meetings, it was the same. If a department gave us a weak answer, he will turn to this phone and say, let me record this for TikTok so the workers can see what we are dealing with. And he did. The next day, our WhatsApp groups were full of 30-second clips with Shezi saying, they told us the inspectorate is fully capacitated. Here is the truth. We teased him about it. We said, Comrade Shezi, are you an MP or a content creator? He will laugh and say, I'm both. If the people don't see us fight, they will think we are not fighting for them. And he was right. Shezi understood that power has been recorded. He used video and photos to close the distance between Parliament and the people who sent us here. He made oversight visible. He made accountability accountable for those who prefer darkness. Politically, Honorable Speaker, he never forgot where he stood. He was a Marxist in practice, not in just slogans. For him, the Employment and Labor Portfolio Committee was not about paper compliance. It was about the balance of power between capital and labor. He pushed for stronger inspection, for decent work, for the rights of the most vulnerable. He will argue, debate, disagree, but he never made it personal. You could clash with him at 11 a.m. and share a joke at lunch. This is rare in this house. His honesty was his strength. He will tell a department official to their face when they were misleading the committee. He will tell us in the ANC when we were soft. He kept all of us sharper. To his family and the wife and the kids, I say, you raised a man who loved his people more than his comfort. A man who believed that Parliament belongs to the worker, the domestic worker, the farm worker, the unemployed youth in the township. You will miss his voice, his frankness, and yes, we will miss him pulling out his phone mid-meeting and saying, hold on, let me get this one on camera. Let us honor him by doing the same thing he did. Keep fighting for the working class, keep bringing the contradictions into the light, and you have to record it. May his soul rest in revolutionary peace. I thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Mdluli.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I rise to express our sincere condolences on the passing of the Honourable Nkosi Shezi. We extend our deepest sympathies to his family, friends, loved ones, colleagues in the Mkhonto Party, and to all those who walked this journey of public life alongside him. Honourable Deputy Speaker, for many of us from KwaZulu-Natal, the name Nkosi Shezi was not unfamiliar in political discourse. I remember first reading about him in the media in 2017 while I was still an undergraduate economics student at university, following politics closely and trying to understand the evolving political landscape of our province and our country. Even then, he was regarded as a vocal and committed political activist who carried strong convictions about the future of South Africa. Years later, it was somewhat remarkable to eventually meet him here in Parliament after he had been sworn in as a member of this House. Despite the obvious differences in our political homes and ideological outlooks, one could still appreciate his passion for politics and his commitment to the causes he believed in. In fact, Honourable Speaker, we would often greet each other jokingly in the corridors of Parliament. He would enthusiastically say, "Gwaza Mkhonto," and I would respond, "Gwaza!" It was one of those light-hearted exchanges that would remind me that different political traditions and perspectives are able to gather under one constitutional roof not as enemies, but as fellow South Africans entrusted with serving the public. Honorable Shezi served on a number of portfolio committees, including employment and labor, as well as tourism. In those committees, he participated actively in discussions and oversight processes aimed at addressing some of the most pressing challenges facing our people, particularly unemployment, economic hardship, and inequality. As members of parliament, we often engage in fierce political confrontation. We challenge each other robustly, and rightfully so. But moments such as these remind us that behind every seat in this house is a human being with a family, with loved ones, with hopes, sacrifices, and responsibilities. To his family, this loss is not the loss of a politician or a public representative alone. It is the loss of a son, a relative, a friend, and a loved one. We extend to them our heartfelt condolences and pray that they may find comfort and strength during this painful time. Honorable Deputy Speaker, South Africa's democracy is strengthened not only by agreement, but by also the willingness of people with differing views to participate in public life and contribute to the democratic process. Honorable Shezi was part of that democratic journey. May his soul rest in peace. I thank you.
And I invite the Honourable Mente Nkuna.
Ndizibulisele Speaker, ndizibulisele nakusapho lika Honorable Shezi. Today, as the economic freedom fighters, we join this house in paying warm and heartful tribute to a dedicated servant of the people, a committed revolutionary, and a passionate fighter for justice, the late Honorable Nkosecha Shezi. Comrade Shezi left us on the 23rd of March, 2026, just one day after celebrating his 50th birthday. His passing came after a courageous battle with illness that stole his voice far too soon, cutting short a promising parliamentary career at only 50 years of age. South Africa lost a son of the soil who had dedicated his entire adult life to the liberation struggle and the pursuit of radical economic transformation. Today, as a representative of the EFF, I stand before you to honor not only his service in this house, but the selfless life he lived in defense of the poor and the marginalized. Nkosecha Shezi's commitment to the liberation of our people began long before democracy. He was forged in the crucible of the African National Congress during its internal strife, where he stood firmly for the principles of true economic freedom. He understood, as few of others did, that the promises of 1994 remained unfinished, that land, wealth, and dignity had to be returned to the black majority who had bled and sacrificed for freedom. This conviction led him to champion the radical economic transformation with unwavering determination. Together with like-minded comrades, he helped found the African Radical Economic Transformation Alliance, serving as its Secretary General and working tirelessly to build an organization rooted in the aspirations of the working class and the landless. His journey took him from the rolling hills and townships of KwaZulu-Natal, where he mobilized communities in Durban, Umlazi, KwaMashu, and Pietermaritzburg, to the national stage. He stood in courtrooms defending the principles of justice, joined countless vigils, and traveled dusty roads across the country to rally support for the economic emancipation of our people. He later joined the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, where he continued to serve as a capable and principled member of parliament until illness intervened. Throughout his life, Shezi embodied a deep love for the Zulu heritage. He drew strength from the warrior traditions of the Zulu nation, its resilience against colonialism, its rich cultural legacy. This heritage fueled his passion for restoring dignity to all South Africans. Above all, Nkosencha Shezi lived a selfless life. He sacrificed personal comfort, financial security, and stability for the greater cause. Like many true revolutionaries, he placed the struggle for economic freedom above his own well-being. He endured marginalization, hardship, and vindictiveness, yet he never wavered. His was a life of a quiet strength, steady where others faltered, calm in strategy even in the heat of battle. He taught younger cadres that the value of principled unity and strategic patience. In every role as an activist, leader, and a parliamentarian, he served with integrity and love for his people. Honorable Speaker, we acknowledge with deep respect that today, in the public gallery sits his beloved wife, Thule, and his dear children. Thule and your family, thank you. Thank you for the love, strength, and support you gave to Nkosencha as a husband and a father. You stood by him through the long nights of activism, the difficult political choices, and the personal costs that came with fighting for justice. The Shezi family made huge personal sacrifices, time away from home, financial strain, emotional burdens, and constant uncertainty. Also that Nkosencha could dedicate himself fully to the liberation of the people of South Africa. Your sacrifices do not go unnoticed. They strengthened his resolve and allowed him to serve with a full heart. We thank you for sharing him with the nation. May you find comfort in the outpouring of respect from this House and from all who knew his work. The EFF stands firmly with you in this time of grief. Indeed, Nkosencha Shezi deserved far more recognition than he received in his lifetime. He gave everything to the struggle, often without fanfare or reward. Yet we are grateful that Parliament has set aside this moment to honor him as a member of this august House. This tribute, though belated, affirms his contributions to our democracy and to the broader fight for economic justice have not been forgotten. To his wider family and especially his comrades in the MK party, your loss is shared across the House. Though the EFF and the MK party may differ on certain paths, we recognize and respect the dedicated service. Amba kahle Dlaba, Shukalusi, Mnomia, Dludle awodla imihlambi yamadoda, wadla izinkomo zamaNdebele, nala ngoxolo mkhonto, umzamo omhle umzamile, ugqatso oluphezulu, aluta continue.
The next speaker is the Honourable Langa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The IFP joins this House in expressing its deepest condolences on the untimely passing of Honorable Ntandoyenkosi Nkosencha Shezi, Uskananda, as I would call him. His passing is not only a loss to his family, friends, colleagues, and his political home, the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, but also to Parliament and the democratic institutions of our republic. I got to know Skananda in person through Honorable Malinga of the MKP on our weekly commuting from Durban to Cape Town and back, as we frequently meet at the airports with members from various parties as well. Oh, what a humble and jolly soul. Honorable Shezi served this institution with commitment, diligence, and dedication. During his time in Parliament, he contributed meaningfully through his work in the Portfolio Committee of Employment and Labour and all other committees he served prior. His service reflected a commitment to advancing the interests of the people of South Africa. As members of Parliament, we may come from different political traditions and ideological perspectives, But moments such as these remind us that beyond politics, we are all servants of the people entrusted with a shared constitutional responsibility. The sudden loss of a public representative is always painful, particularly when that life was still actively contributing to the work of democratic governance and oversight. On behalf of Inkatha Freedom Party, we extend our sincere condolences to his family, loved ones, colleagues, and the MK Party during this difficult time. Engathi umphefumulo kamhlonishwa uNtando yenkosi Nkosentsha Shezi ungalala ngokuthula. Ngiyathokoza.
The Honourable Souls.
Greetings in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. At this moment, on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance South Africa and abroad, we wish to express our deepest and sincerest condolences to the family of Honorable Shezi and also to the MKP party. The best we can do in times like this is bless you with a scripture and a prayer. The scripture that I would like to share with the family and MKP party is John chapter number 11, verse 25. The Bible says, Jesus said, I am the resurrection and the life. The one who believes in me will live, even though they die. Death on this side of life is not the end. You will see Honorable Shezi again. Honorable Chair, I would like to use my remaining minutes to pray for the family and to pray for my fellow colleagues. Those who wish to pray with me, you may close your eyes. Broshacht ilhem rahat olhem rahasut ulhem rahat elem rahate. Hinde brokosit elhamdosit elhem rahat olom rahase Jesus. Heavenly Father, we come before you in this trying time. I don't only pray for the family of Honorable Shezi. We know that you are a God who is our comforter. I pray that you comfort the family, that you are with them during this trying time. But I also want to pray for my fellow colleagues. Just like in the days of old when you said they must put a blood mark on the doorpost so that the angel of death must pass. I pray for my fellow colleagues. I speak life over each of them. I pray that you protect and guard us all, Lord. Plead the blood of Jesus over each and every one of us. That the spirit of death passes us, just like it did in the days of old. May the work we do be seed that will speak life into our children and their children until the 14th generation, as you promise. This I pray now. And everyone that believes with me, in Jesus' name, amen.
I now invite the Honourable van Staden.
Deputy Speaker, delivering a speech of this nature in Parliament is never an easy task. Although I did not have the privilege of knowing Member Shezi personally, nor of working alongside him in a portfolio committee, he nonetheless remains a fellow member and colleague of his House. Although his political views and positions differ fundamentally from my own, I can only respect a man who stands firmly by his convictions. It is this steadfastness that has seen him move from the ANC to the EFF, then to co-founding the African Radical Economic Transformation Alliance, and in his last days representing the MK Party here in Parliament. All that I can say today to his family and colleagues in the MK Party is the following. The day of tomorrow is a gift for everyone. We don't know if we will still be here tomorrow, and therefore it is important to live every day to the fullest, as it is your last day on earth. But we will all receive an eternal life after our lives come to an end here on earth. I want to end with the following scripture out of John 14, verse 1 to 3. Do not let your hearts be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. My Father's house has many rooms. If that were not so, would I have told you that I'm going there to prepare a place for you? And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come back and take you to be with me, that you also may be where I am. The Freedom Front Plus wants to convey our sincere condolences to the member CAC's family, friends, colleagues, and the Umkhonto Sizwe Party caucus during this difficult time. May his soul rest in peace. I thank you.
The Honourable Nkobeni.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. To the House at large, members of Parliament, I never knew Honourable Shezi personally, but I want to render these condolences on behalf of Action SA and extend our sincere condolences to the family, the friends, the colleagues, and the entire MK party for the loss of your colleague, Honourable Shezi. The passing of a member of this House is always a solemn reminder that despite our political differences, we are united by a shared commitment to serving the people of South Africa. Honourable Shezi, as we have come to know him and as I've heard other colleagues render their condolences for him, is that this was a person who dedicated himself to public service and fulfilled his responsibilities in Parliament with diligence and commitment, particularly through his work on the portfolio committees on employment and labor, tourism, trade and industry and competition. Those who served alongside him tell us that he will be remembered as a colleague who approached his duties with dedication and who sought to contribute meaningfully to the work of Parliament. His passing is a loss to his loved ones who are here with us today. We honor them who are here today as well. His party, Umkhonto Sizwe, and also to this institution of Parliament. As representatives of the people, we often engage in robust debate and hold differing views on the challenges facing our country. Yet moments such as these remind us of our common humanity and the sacrifices made by those who chose public life and public service. To his family, we extend our deepest sympathies and pray that they may find strength and comfort during this difficult time. We also convey our heartfelt condolences again to the MK party and all who had the privilege of knowing and working with Honourable Shezi. I think all of us in this House can feel what this family is feeling as well as what the MK party is feeling. May the legacy of Honourable Shezi, a legacy of service, endure in the lives he touched and the contributions he made to our democratic Parliament. Really Action SA Rere Tobela. May his soul rest in perfect peace. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. May I, on behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, express our deepest condolences to the Shezi family and friends and to the MK party. Honourable Shezi was elected in 2024 and, as other speakers have indicated, served on various portfolio committees. He dedicated his life to the service of people as an educator, community leader, trade unionist, and church leader, and a champion of economic transformation. Other speakers have indicated his passion for politics and his hard-working committees, exposing wrongdoing on social media. I would also like to appreciate Honourable Swars's prayer for protection on each one of us, because Honourable Shezi's passing illustrates how fleeting life can be. And as a church leader, he would have been acquainted with James chapter 4, where we are asked the question, how do you know what your life will be like tomorrow? James adds, your life is like the morning fog. It's here a little while, then it is gone. And James is right. Life is short and uncertain. There are no guarantees about tomorrow, let alone next year, or in 5 years or 10 years. And if we ignore this lesson, we will not live our life properly in the light of eternity, according to God's commands and purpose. And to ensure that we, like the Honorable Shezi, as a church leader, lived our lives as he did to the full in right relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ and have repented of our sins. Life is short, death is a certainty. Let us make sure that we spread love, forgiveness, and reconciliation wherever we go. Our nation is desperate for this. May I pray that our Heavenly Father surrounds the Shezi family and the MK party with his love and comfort at this time. I thank you.
The Honourable Kwankwa.
On behalf of the United Democratic Movement, I extend our heartfelt condolences and sympathies to the family, the friends, and the loved ones of Mr. Ntando Yake, Honorable Nkosentsha Shezi. Ndima apha ngegama lombutho e-UDM. Ndifuna ubhekisa ngakumbi kuni mbutho wemkhonto wesizwe Gwaza Mkhonto nakusapho lakwaShezi. Sisithi dudwini kuni akuhlanga lungehlanga. U-Honorable Shezi ungenile kwiikomiti ezahlukeleyo apha eParlamente. Into esiye sayiqwalasela into yoba zonke ezi komiti ebengena kuzo ibizikomiti zokuphucula abantu ukulwa nentswela-ngqesho nokuqiniseka ukuthi ezi ngxaki zethu zezoqoqosho sijongene nazo ziyasombululeka. Sithi xa sibona namhlanje sithi kuwe ijoni lomzabalazo belisincedisa kwidabi lokuphucula ubomi bomzontsundu nokuphucula ubomi bantu boMzantsi Afrika. Sifuna ukuthi kuni sapho lakwaShezi nangakumbi ukuthi ndilibonile onyana bayafana noyise usapho. Sithi dudwini akuhlanga lungehlanga, kodwa utata wenu, umalume, umntakwenu, umyeni unishele umzekelo nifana icangcathe kuwo xa nijonga isikhokelo soMzantsi Afrika obheka phambili. Menze Thixo aphumle ngonaphakade, umkhanyisele ngokhanyiso olungacimiyo. Enkosi.
And I invite the Honourable Ghana.
Ngakhensa Mthomashitulu. On behalf of Rise Mzansi, we do send our deepest condolences to the Shezi family, the MK party, and the House at large. I personally did not get to work closely with Honorable Shezi, but I knew of him. I knew of him before he came to Parliament. Actually, I saw more of him outside of Parliament than in Parliament. I think those that have been around politics, from his activism whilst wearing the ANC colors, to the time that he left to join, I think he joined the EFF. No, he joined Honorable Kalniaus at the Areta, left there to join the EFF. He was quite vocal as a politician and very passionate. You could tell, even when he gave interviews, that he believed in what he was saying. Even when at times you could doubt whether it's true what he was saying, but the passion, it was never in doubt. So our interaction in Parliament, it was actually, I felt like he was more calmer in Parliament and his demeanor was more respectful when he was in parliament than when he's outside parliament. Bavutha umlilo outside of parliament. But he came to parliament quite respectful in terms of when we engaged with him. Because the only time I saw him was when we came to the house. And he was always, humble, and we convey our sincere condolences to the family. Once again, to MK, may his soul rest in peace. Atlela kahle, atlela ekurula. Thanks, Sir.
The next speaker is the Honourable Maimane.
Fellow South Africans, fellow members of parliament, Bagaetsho, ke batla ke re gompieno go losika la kwa Shezi le lekoko la Shezi ke romela matshidiso ke kope Ramasedi a le fe kgotso mo lobakeng le le moronele. Honorable Shezi was a member of parliament since 2024. If there is a genuine truth, it's simply that we all come to serve in public office as a calling and a response to the service of the people of South Africa. I did not know Honorable Shezi myself, but I can appreciate that his service was always to the people of South Africa and to his political party. A genuine reminder of our shared humanity. Gore bo botlhe re tletse fa go tlo berekela setšhaba sa Afrika Borwa. And therefore it's within that always when a life is cut that short in public service, that the scripture compels us to mourn with those who mourn. We are indeed, as fellow Africans, mourn with those who mourn, and we mourn with your party, and we mourn with his family. Because Gibotu, it is our shared humanity. And in that, I pray for peace and comfort. I pray you would know, Jorge, his legacy will be continued. And therefore, with those short words, on behalf of Bill One South Africa, I say my deepest condolences. Amorena abulukes chabasaiso. God bless.
The next speaker is the Honourable Marawu, who will do her speech from her seat.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, leadership of Umkondo Wesizwe, members of the Shezi family, dikhahlele bethina kwisizwe samahlubi esihleli phaya egalari molweni bethuna. The African Transformation Movement rises today with a heavy heart to convey our deepest, most sincere condolences on the untimely passing of dedicated servant of the people, Honourable N. Shezi. Honourable Shezi stood without fear in the struggle, a symbol of discipline, courage and responsibility. From the dusty street of KwaZulu-Natal to the halls of Parliament, he fought for justice with humility and resolved. He championed the poor and the marginalized, ever loyal to the cause of social justice and equality. In Parliament, Honourable Shezi served with diligence on the Labour, Tourism and Trade Committees, where his voice was always for the voiceless. We remember a leader who was disciplined in action, courage in conviction, who listened even as he led. He was known as a true patriot, whose work in Parliament inspired many. We were inspired by his humility. He never spoke of himself, but always lifted the community. As the ATM, we pray the Almighty grants comfort, strength, and peace to the Shezi family during this dark hour of grief. May you find solace in the last legacy of public service he leaves behind. To his political colleagues and friends, we stand with you in solidarity as you navigate this painful loss. May his soul rest in eternal peace and perfect peace. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mashlatsi. I do not see the Honourable Mashlatsi, so we will move on. And we then go on to the Honourable Malinga.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Excellent President Jacob Zuma, Gedle Ihlekisa, leadership of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, the Shezi family, comrades, commissars and members of Umkhonto Wesizwe, Sanbona, Dumelanga, Masosha Kamdala. Today we are not gathering only to mourn, kodwa sihlangene ukuzobonga impilo yeqhawe, a revolutionary, a servant of the people, the son of the soil, the guru, the caterpillar, the late Comrade Honorable Kosencha Dandoyenkosi Shezi. The late Comrade Kosencha Dandoyenkosi Shezi was born on the 22nd of March, 1976, and called by the Lord on the 23rd of March, 2026, after an illness. Umntwana ukaShezi live a life of commitment, sacrifice, and courage. Bafowethu nodadewethu, His Honorable Shezi was not just a politician. He was an RET activist, umuntu wabantu, a fighter for economic freedom and dignity, especially of black people. As a member of parliament, serving in the portfolio committee of labor and employment, he understood the pain of farm workers, domestic workers, security guards, EPWP workers, the unemployed graduates, and struggling families. Une atsiba buhluku babathu batlaleng meleng yamele sebetsi letsatsi lelesatsi. He believed parliament must not be a place of comfort zone, but a place to fight for poor of the poorest. Mama Winnie Mandela once said, open quote, "I am the product of the masses of my country," close quote. Indeed, Honorable Shezi remained a product of the masses until his last day. Akazange azahlukanise nabantu. President Oliver Tambo taught us that, open quote, "A nation that does not value its youth does not deserve its future," close quote. Honorable Shezi dedicated himself to ensuring that young people and workers receive opportunity and dignity in their democratic South Africa. And the former president of this country, Babu Mhlanganyelo, once said, open quote, "The struggle continues because economic freedom has not yet been achieved," close quote. That message defined the life of Honorable Shezi. He believed political freedom without economic justice, it's a crime. Bagwethu, even during his sickness, akazange alahli ithemba. He continued to encourage comrades, advise young leaders, and stand firm on revolutionary principles. To the Shezi family, siyabonga ukusiboleka iqhawe lenu. Re a leboga. Thank you for allowing South Africa to benefit from his wisdom, discipline, and leadership. As the man of God, the late Honorable Chase, let me quote in the Bible, 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 7. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Today we can proudly say, Honorable Nkosenja Shezi fought the good fight. May we honor him not only with tears, kodwa ngezenzo, by continued striving for justice, equality, service delivery, and economic transformation. Hamba kahle, Qhawe. Your legacy will live forever in the heights of our people. Alucha, continue. Kwaza mkhonto, kwaza.
Honourable members, that concludes the speakers' list on this matter. I take it that there are no objections to the motion being adopted. Will members please rise to observe a moment of silence in memory of Ntando Nkosi and Nkosensha Shezi. Thank you, honourable members. You may be seated. The presiding officers associate themselves with the motion, and the condolences of the House will be conveyed to the Shezi family. Honourable members, you may also sign the condolence book after the condolence motion. A special bound copy of members' contributions will be sent to the family to convey the sentiments expressed by members. The Secretary will read the first order.
Debate on vote number 2, Parliament Appropriation Bill.
I invite the Honourable Speaker to the podium.
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, House Chairpersons, leaders of political parties in Parliament present, Chief Whips of all parties, Chairpersons of portfolio committees and joint standing committees, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, people of South Africa. Today I want to open this debate by an African proverb that says, I quote, "Once you carry your own water, you will remember every drop." This African proverb highlights that experience teaches what observation cannot. Madam Deputy Speaker, this proverb serves as a reminder that our people who struggled for freedom and drafted the Constitution that we celebrate during this year have known the pain of dispossession, have known the pain of segregation, and they know what it means to be poor. They know what it means to be secluded. It is for that reason that when we sit here in these benches, we must always remember what they've gone through and what we committed ourselves as public representatives we will do to change their lives for the better. Today, we table Parliament's 2026-27 budget for the House consideration and approval. I want to state in the beginning that we would like to extend our thanks to the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, who actually scrutinize the work that we do as executive authority as well as the administration. It is this committee that also takes into consideration how the resources of this Parliament are actually dealt with. Similarly, it is this committee that also look at the governance issues as well as some of the issues that deal with our administration. And I therefore would like to thank all members of various parties who serve in the Joint Standing Committee of Financial Management of Parliament. Honourable members, this budget will allocate resources towards key mandate of this institution, that is lawmaking, oversight, public participation, and international relations. These resources are also aimed at building an administrative capacity to support the work that we do as Parliament. Today's debate is the primary instrument that allows us to also account to the electorate for the work that we do, as well as the resources and expenditure that we actually utilize. It is a barometer that enables citizens to gauge how Parliament's programs improve their lives and continue to contribute to the transformation of society. This budget debate takes place when, as a country, we mark the 30 years of our Constitution. This seminal document laid the foundation of the South Africa we want. It created institutions that will be anchors of our country. But more importantly, it laid the basis for nation building. Each day, whatever we do so as these members of Parliament to ensure that we realize the ideals of our society of having a united, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa. As we commemorate 3 decades of our maturing democracy, we ought to be constantly mindful that the Constitution and the laws we have drafted, approved, and finally promulgated do not represent a perfect state. Rather, they are a testament to the daily struggles. They are also living articles that we must, as Parliament, continuously evaluate and strengthen to ensure that we find the best way to take forward the principle of freedom, dignity, and equality. Madam Speaker, honourable members, during these 30 years, there have been instances where our lawmaking processes have at times been found wanting, as well as our rules and procedures. The recent Concord judgment has found that some of our rules are not consistent with the Constitution and therefore require review and amendment. The court also found that in the application of our rules and procedures, we may have misdirected ourselves. This last Concord judgment and other rulings before it from other courts require us as this Parliament to be rigorous in how we make legislation, rules, and procedures. At the same time, what came out of this judgment and others also remind us that there's a need to have various engagements so that as the different arms of state, we do not encroach on the mandate of another. Deputy Speaker, honourable members, our oversight mechanism requires strengthening and proper resourcing. It also needs an early warning system so that our portfolio committees can be able to pick up issues early enough and address them. A case in point are issues that came out that led to the formation of the ad hoc committee dealing with issues of allegation by General Mkhwanazi. At the core of it, I think it also makes us to reflect deeply as parliamentarians on portfolio committees that when matters are presented before us, in the way in which we scrutinize, are we able to pick up matters that we must address and deliberate on timeously. I want to say, honourable members, the allocation to committees was aimed at enabling proper planning and execution. Seated here as presiding officers, we can say that we have seen improvements in how committees are planning and utilizing resources, allocating to them. But we are also the first to say those resources are not quite enough for all the committees. And it's for that reason that we do have consolidated funding such that when committees overspend their resources, they can be allocated to do their work. I want to applaud all committees on the work that they've done to attend to issues of oversight, but also ensure that they pass relevant legislation that they need to. The scrutiny of the Auditor General over the financial affairs of local government over time has brought into light the complexity of oversight across spheres without usurping the responsibility of each sphere of government. This has been demonstrated by the integrated way in which the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committees have undertaken their task. It is equally important that the two houses of Parliament need to engage on how we can undertake oversight without duplicating effort and resources. Similarly, it is also important that in undertaking our way of oversight, we are also mindful of the issues that require better engagement between ourselves as legislature and the executive. Honorable members, in the past year, the National Assembly processed and passed 18 bills, including key legislation such as the ESCOM Debt Relief Bill, Economic Regulation of Transport Bill, Public Administration Management Bill, the Marine Oil Population Bill, Public Service Bill, and Older Persons Bill, including the Public Sector Bill. The test of these legislation, honorable members, will be in their implementation, but also how we, as members of this Parliament, continue to oversee their implementation and whether, indeed, the legislations we've passed have impact. Honorable members, while we celebrate the milestone reached thus far in terms of lawmaking, our legislative program remains huge. Presently, we've got 18 private members' bills and 22 executive bills. I do hope that in the coming year, the portfolio committees will focus more of their energies on legislation. Deputy Speaker, as part of our oversight and holding our executive to account, we have improved our approach on questions by having a hybrid system of interpellations and normal questions. Oral and written questions enable members to raise concerns from their constituencies as well as following up on commitment made by members of the executive in the House and in the portfolio committees. We do appreciate the effort that has been made in addressing questions that come from members by members of the executive. However, there remains areas of challenges where we'll need to work together with the leader of government business so that we can improve our response and our response times. Administratively, we're also examining how best we can address some of these issues to ensure that the questions that are given to members of the executive, we also take into consideration as these members of Parliament that some of them will require time because of consultations that might need to happen with provinces or local government sphere. And therefore, the question arises whether the time we allocate for responses on written questions, are they actually adequate? Honorable members, 2 new portfolio committees have now been set up and are presently in operation. These are the Committee on the Presidency and the Petitions Committee. The 2 committees have held their workshops and are already undertaking their work. We know that local government elections, honorable members, will take place on the 4th of November 2026. These elections will represent another landmark in the evolution of our democracy. We all recognize the essential services offered by local government, and we must, as members of this House, ensure that we can support councils to address the many challenges facing our community. We must also encourage all eligible South Africans who are not yet registered or who have changed their places of residence to ensure that they are registered and their details are updated on the Electoral Commission. We should appreciate the measures taken by the National Assembly Programming Committee to offer opportunities for members to return to their constituency for longer, particularly this year. This is an important mechanism to deepen the bonds between Parliament, the people and communities in which they live. At the same time, the parliamentary program must balance our other commitments and make time for lawmaking, committee oversight, and members' business. Honorable members, our history has taught us that we cannot take freedom for granted. We also know that our future is fundamentally interlinked with other nations across Africa and the world. For this reason, this Parliament must continue to build relationships with our partners through multilateral platforms that our Parliament participates in. In the past year, we have successfully hosted the 11th P20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, which is a parliamentary segment of G20, and the 58th Plenary Assembly of the South African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, which was held in Durban in December. These two high-profile events position South Africa as a credible and capable convener on the continental and global stage, but also the agenda setting on issues that need to be deliberated that not only affect people in South Africa, but also globally. In September this year, Parliament will host the 69th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference here in Cape Town. Our Parliament continues to fulfill its obligations of building a better Africa through its involvement in the Pan-African Parliament. Our Parliament has reached an agreement to second an official of Parliament as Sergeant of Arms to the PAP to strengthen the institution's capacity and deepen our cooperative relationship. Honorable members, our Parliament plays a pivotal role in a number of fora, some of which are actually undertaken by our various committees, particularly the engagement that we have with the European Union that is chaired by our Chair of International Relations Portfolio Committee. I do want to say, honorable members, that at times we may differ here in the House about positions that we take, but what has been encouraging is how we have represented South Africa in these multilateral fora as a united force. Last year, we committed to addressing legacy issues from previous Parliament as it relates to the independence of institutions supporting democracy. I want to report to you that we have had various engagement with these constitutional bodies and also how we can harmonize guidelines to be adopted by Parliament on statutory appointments and removal procedures of commissioners. Working with National Treasury, we have also started the work to shift constitutional bodies' budget to Parliament as it should have been from the beginning. I do want to say there had been concerning issues, some of which that are dealt by our institutions supporting democracy, the Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 institution, particularly the one that relates to the work of the religious community. I wish to thank the Portfolio Committee on COGTA that has been engaging our religious formations to find a way in which we can deal with issues that relate to that sector in an amicable way. Honorable members, Parliament continues with a strategic partnership with the Development Bank of South Africa on delivering a rebuilt Parliament that we're all yearning for. As part of the rebuild project, I just want to say, we have completed 210 offices and 3 committee rooms with audiovisuals and broadcasting equipment at 90 Plain Street. This has enabled many of you as members to come back to Parliament and have a space from which to work. We've also completed additional offices which will accommodate parliamentary staff so that they too can actually support you better by being present in the precinct. We have successfully installed this place, the Dome, as a functional facility to enable us to do our work. I want to thank the Minister and Department of Public Works for having worked with us to ensure that regardless of the challenges we're faced with our Parliament, we can have a space in which we can work. In supporting the work of committees of Parliament, we've reviewed human development policies and strategies which focus on talent, retention, and nurturing to strengthen our succession plan. This acquisition of capable and qualified personnel and the empowerment of young people has been very important. We've also filled critical posts which committees have actually requested we do so, such as researchers, experts, and content advisors. We will continue to conclude the remaining one. Deputy Speaker, I want to indicate that this Parliament in this budget is allocated 3.3 billion, which includes the rebuild program. And these are the resources that have been allocated to the various divisions of Parliament as well as to political parties for their constituency work. And we do trust that as we engage with this budget, we will be able to improve where you would suggest improvement, but also will be able to utilize it in a manner that continuously improves the work of this House. I wish to thank the leaders of portfolio committees as chairperson and their whippery, who have really ensured that our committee work, which is an engine of the work that this Parliament does, is happening in a manner that it should. I want to thank the chair of the ad hoc committee for having steered the work that was important, that needed us to actually see what we can do about matters that were brought into the public domain as it affects our security structures. I want to thank the whips of all political parties. I want to thank the whips of all parties who have actually made it easier for us to do the work in this House. I thought the whips of parties were going to clap for themselves. But my thanks goes to each and every member of this House for the dynamic work and your commitment that you have shown in the various committees in which you serve. That has actually enabled us to become a better Parliament each day. I want to thank, well, I will have to say, I want to thank the ANC, the MK, the EFF, the DA, RISE, BOSA, Action SA, IFP, Freedom Front, ACDP, UAT, PAC, GOOD,
Patriotic
all
Alliance.
of you, UDM.
EA.
I have thanked the DA.
The PA. Speaker.
Else hasn't been thanked, the NCC.
The Patriotic Alliance.
ATM, Mahau, thank you very much. In earnest, I want to thank all the political parties for the commitment that they've made in ensuring that each and every year, despite looking at issues from different vantage points, we've done so with the spirit of building our country and making sure that it is better than what it has been. Without the support of the Deputy Speaker and the House Chairpersons, as well as the parliamentary officers of the President and the Deputy President, we would not have been able to achieve what we've been able to achieve. But it would be amiss of me not to thank our ardent parliamentarian from the executive, who is always present, even though at times becomes very naughty and disruptive, Honorable Mantashe. He is not going to trouble you more, but I just want to thank him because he has been able to make sure that he remembers that before he is a member of the executive, he is a parliamentarian. That doesn't mean other ministers and deputy ministers don't remember that, but it's just that sometimes they are so engaged that we do not see them every day. But thank you to all of you. And I just want, as I step off this podium, indeed, to pay tribute to the members and families who we have lost during the past year. Honorable Shezi, Princess Buthelezi, Honorable Mganga Tabashe, and Honorable Stole. Their contribution to this house will always be remembered. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I now invite the Honourable Nkabane.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Today, as we debate Budget Vote 2 for Parliament, we take heed of the clarion call made by South Africans coming from all society who 71 years ago in Kliptown declared in the Freedom Charter that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of all the people. Those words born from struggle and sacrifice found profound expression in our 1996 Constitution, which is the supreme law of the country that entrenches human dignity, equality, non-racialism, non-sexism, the rule of law, and a democratic society where the people shall govern. Leading to the adoption of the Constitution in 1996, retired Constitutional Court Judge Albisach observes, I quote, "As much as some individuals, including politicians, would like to discount the critical role played by the Freedom Charter, the people of South Africa would never allow the Freedom Charter to be relegated to the dusty archives of South African history. After all, its principles are firmly entrenched in the Constitution of South Africa." Another member of the ANC Constitutional Committee, Mr. Bridget Mabandla, explains the final Constitution of 1996 embodies the Charter's ideals in law. Its preamble, founding provisions, and the Bill of Rights translates the aspirations of Kliptown into enforceable rights and state obligations. From the right to the dignity and equality to access to housing, to education, to healthcare, the Constitution echoes the Charter in both spirit and structure. The South African Constitution, therefore, in its commitment to politically, socially, and economic rights for all, to a government based on the will of the people, and to build the South Africa that belongs to all, equals the aspiration of the Freedom Charter. From the very beginning, honorable members, Parliament has been at the center of our constitutional democracy. As the Constitutional Assembly, this House drafted and adopted the supreme law of the land, a constitution hailed worldwide as one of the most progressive. It enshrines the values of human dignity, equality, non-racialism, non-sexism, social justice, as well as the rule of law. Under the ANC leadership, Parliament has been the engine of transformation. We passed landmark legislation that dismantled apartheid structures and laid the foundation for a better life for all. the Restitution of Land Rights Act, the Employment Equity Act, and the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act, and many more, because the ANC has done a lot. There are some in this House who are bell-bent on reversing these gains. We must never allow that to happen, not in our lifetime. As we debate this budget amid economic constraints, high unemployment, inequality, and the negative effects of historic crisis, these are not reasons to weaken Parliament. They are reasons to strengthen it. A well-resourced, effective Parliament is essential for rebuilding trust in our institutions and driving the structural transformation which is needed to build a better life for all. We must spend every rand prudently with zero tolerance to wasteful and fruitless expenditure as well as corruption. Transparency in our own budgeting, operations and expenditure must set the standards for the rest of government. This budget vote is not merely about allocating funds, it is about resourcing the very heart of our constitutional democracy, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, to fulfill its sacred mandate to represent the people, make laws, oversee and scrutinize the executive, and ensure that the promises of the Freedom Charter and the Constitution becomes live reality for every South African. The Freedom Charter's first demand, the people shall govern, is the foundation of our democracy. Parliament is the embodiment of that principle. Through the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, we give voice to the will of the people across our diverse provinces and communities. In this sense, strengthening the capacity of Parliament is central to the fulfilling of this important principle that places the people at the center of realizing the core objectives contained in the Freedom Charter as well as the Constitution. Honorable members, effective oversight is the lifeblood of accountable governance. The Freedom Charter envisioned a democratic state where power serves the people. Our Constitution gives Parliament powerful tools as reflected in Chapter 4 of our Constitution. This budget allocates 3.7 billion rand for the administration of Parliament. We are concerned that the Parliament, as a separate arm of the state, is entirely dependent on the national executive for the budget it receives. It is noted that the various shortfalls between the budget Parliament requested for 2026-2027 and the budget National Treasury had allocated will be funded from the 772 million for goods and service budget. This intervention is entirely unsustainable and may erode the authority and independence of Parliament and undermine the implementation of its strategy and meet its constitutional obligation. The institution should prioritize the finalization of funding model, and the JSC FMP should receive quarterly updates in respect of progress made as far as establishing a funding model for Parliament and negotiate a more appropriate approach to allocating its budget with the National Treasury. With this budget, we must strengthen committee and oversight work, including research, monitoring, and evaluation capabilities. We further need to enhance financial and performance oversight digital tools for real-time monitoring of government expenditure to enhance security and integrity measures to protect the institution from undue influence. We must also modernize our institution. Adequate funding is needed for research capacity, technology tools, Hansard services, and the professional development of our members as well as the staff. A strong Parliament requires skilled, independent support structures that can match the complexity of ever-evolving society. In the 21st century, Parliament cannot function on outdated systems. This budget must drive digital transformation, improve ICT infrastructure, and mitigate the adverse effects of artificial intelligence, including the risk of cybersecurity attacks. Honorable members and Honorable Speaker, the Freedom Charter was not a dim debate. It became the foundation of our Constitution because generations fought for it. Let us honor that legacy by ensuring that the resources to do its work, to legislative-wise, to oversee diligently, to ensure that the public meaningfully receive the services it deserves, and also to advance the rights and dignity of every South African. As the African National Congress, we support the budget vote. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Van Rooyen.
Deputy Speaker, allow me to start our submission as MK Party by sharing the experience of our people who on daily basis face the pinch of South Africa realities. When asked about the state of law and order in our country, the National Community Policing Forum chairperson, Francina Lucas, said, I quote, "Lawlessness is rampant. I really think things are out of control. From where we stand, we are so concerned that lawlessness is the order of the day." Close quote. This is confirmed by glaring and shocking anomalies taking place in our country. Deputy Speaker, it's an anomaly that this country has countless laws to address immigration-related problems, but not enforced. Hence, the shocking numbers of illegal immigrants in this country. As a result of the government failure to enforce immigration laws, hopeless and frustrated South Africans are taking law into their own hands, attempting to enforce these laws made by this House. It is an anomaly, Deputy Speaker, that it remains business as usual when quarterly the acting Minister of Police confirms that the country's murder rate remains exceptionally high. On average, our beloved country records 58 murders every day, equating to 46 weekly, 1,624 monthly, and 19,488 annually. This is over 959% higher than an average nation. These are numbers of people that usually die at war, and under normal circumstances warrants a sense of agency. In South Africa, this is just normal. We read statistics and life goes on. As we debate budget vote 2, we must ask ourselves as public representatives difficult questions about our role as lawmakers and of course our role as those expected to hold the executive accountable for the implementation of the laws we make. It is our submission as MK Party that the current foreign Westminster parliamentary system imposes some impediments on both the administrative and financial autonomy of Parliament. Deputy Speaker, autonomy is critical for a Parliament to function effectively as a separate branch of government. As much as we are currently empowered by our own laws to determine the national budget appropriations, we are still, to a large extent, dependent on the executive to allocate resources to Parliament. What an anomaly. We are expected to bite the hand that feeds us. How can we be robust as members of Parliament on the executive performance when we still depend on National Treasury to fund our oversight and accountability programs. And of course, we still depend on public works to manage our facilities. The current system provides a limited opportunity for the Parliament to influence the amount of funding it receives annually. The Ministry of Finance has a strong role in defining the budgets for Parliament and other independent institutions. Hence, as MK Party, we have made a submission on the development of an independent Parliament roadmap, which is meant to liberate Parliament from the executive capture that is currently taking place. And of course, which is meant to create a multi-party parliamentary budget forum that advocates for adequate budget allocations as well as transparent budget management of resources allocated to Parliament. We can allow the divided so-called GNU to have a final say over budget appropriations when our own laws empower us to do so. Making matters worse, Deputy Speaker, is the fact that National Treasury, the proxy of imperialist interest and the champion of neoliberal austerity policy, is leading this abnormality. Like in all budget votes, austerity measures are at play in this budget vote. Parliament budget vote for 2026-2027 shows a real decrease of 358 million, representing 11.67% decline in the purchasing power of what is allocated to Parliament. If we don't reclaim our legislative authority as Parliament, the budget trajectory will continue to decline and erode Parliament capacity to execute its mandate. Without financial autonomy, this Parliament will be unable to address many of the key reforms captured. By the way, we contributed to those reforms as MK Party. Those reforms are captured in the 7 Parliament Strategic Plan and the subsequent 2 annual performance plans. It won't be possible for us to execute on those commitments because we'll be lacking resources to accomplish what we want to achieve as this Parliament. As MK Party, we have noted with keen interest that allocation to local government week and taking Parliament to the people's programs has been substantially increased, recording 400% and 67% increases respectively. Our vigilance and our all-eye scrutiny will be on steroids on these 2 programs, just to make sure that no cent is used for local government elections campaigning or political expediency agendas. Noting that committees of the National Assembly will receive 3 million each, and the budget of NCOP committees will increase by 17% to 3.5 million each. MK Party continues to call for a more transparent and rational funding model for Parliament committees, a model that will be considerate to the varying commitment workload and equitable resources allocation of various Parliament committees. Deputy Speaker, as Parliament, we should stop relying on the executive to ensure that we have enough funding to meet our constitutional mandate. We must stop singing the narrative of there is no money to fund our freedom. We remain one of the richest countries in mineral resources and strategic marine routes. As lawmakers, we must make sure that we take full advantage of this and ensure that government revenue is increased to fund our development priorities as well as proper budget for Parliament activities and programs. We said it long time ago as we strive for our freedom that we know what it means to enter into the phase of socialism. The lyrics of Ingoma ethi yini socialism means a lot to us as MK Party. It means that we must take control of our economy and make sure that the resources or the revenue generated from our economy are used to fund our freedom. Let's stop bleeding poverty while our country is so rich. As MPs, we are empowered to make sure that the economy is in the hands of the
Honourable
government
Member,
for the benefit of
your
our people.
time has expired.
I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Clerk.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The report before us today is a reflection of a systemic failure in accountability. We are only now considering a mid-year report for the 2025-26 financial year, halfway through the 26-27 financial year. That is not a minor delay. It is a collapse of oversight. When reports are late, accountability is stalled, and when accountability is stalled, this gives room to malfeasance. The report utterly fails to properly account for the work of the administration. Instead, it reads like a summary of members of Parliament's activities. The report dismally fails to account for the accounting officer and administration, how funds are used, what was delivered, and whether value was achieved. Across the summary report, we do not see performance actions done. Instead, we see planning. In fact, planning to plan. That is unacceptable. The budget raises even more serious concerns. Section 50(2) requires the accounting officer to revise revenue and expenditure estimates where necessary. Yet, by the fourth quarter, Parliament had significantly underspent. This raises two possibilities. Either the administration is underperforming or Parliament is overfunded and unable to spend effectively. Neither is acceptable. We must ask, what revisions were made to the approved budget? Why were those revisions not properly brought before the committee? And if they were not approved by Parliament, does this not raise concerns about unauthorised expenditure? We demand answers relating this. The underspending is concentrated in critical areas, including the Office of the Secretary and the Rebuild Fund. On the Rebuild Fund, the contradiction is glaring. We are told that more money is needed, yet the existing allocation has not been spent. We were also told that the rebuilding of Parliament would be completed in time to accommodate next year's State of the Nation address. We today must ask, is this still the case? Will Parliament be ready to host SONA as promised? Or are we now facing further delays? If there are delays, what caused them? Was it procurement failure, poor project management, contractor issues, or delays by the administration? The rebuild of Parliament is not just a construction project. It is about restoring dignity and functionality of the institution. If Parliament cannot manage its own rebuild on time and within budget, how can we hold other departments accountable for infrastructure failures? Should next year's SONA not be in the rebuilt Parliament, serious questions will be raised. Another major concern is the compensation of employees. We have repeatedly raised that the COE budget is lower than the actual wage bill. The administration then shifts funds from services to cover salaries. This is not sustainable. It distorts the budget and undermines service delivery. We must be told how many of the 1,200 positions are funded by National Treasury, how many are unfunded, and how long this structural imbalance will continue. On human resources, the report again lacks substance. We are not told the age profile of staff, how many will retire in the next 3 or 5 years, or what plans exist to preserve institutional knowledge. This is a basic workforce planning, and this is missing. We must also address governance failures. There are 12 pending Labour Court cases. We are entitled to know what these cases are about, what they are costing, and how many relate to the so-called Abacus report. The report has apparently been used to justify dismissals, yet it has not been shared. How do you dismiss officials based on a report that no one has seen? Where is this report? The same lack of transparency applies to the audit findings. We are told that they are in progress. For how long? Why has the BRICS matter, raised over a year ago, still not been resolved? And what point does in progress become avoidance or corruption? There are also serious concerns about the Secretary to Parliament, including a gigantic salary increase, consultants, acting allowances, overtime expenditure, and gratuity claims. The ANC in the committee took a resolution that the salary of the STP is now a closed matter. The DA strongly disagrees with this motion. We demand a proper forensic investigation regarding the salary increase of the STP. If these decisions were taken without proper approval, then we are not only dealing with poor administration, we are dealing with a breakdown in governance. There are further concerns around appointments, including the appointment of the LSS director. What due diligence was done, what criteria was applied, and how does this appointment serve the needs of Parliament? We are also seeing an apparent attempt to implement organisational realignment without presenting its outcomes. We are being asked to approve change without evidence. That is not oversight, that is rubber stamping. The broader picture is deeply concerning. Budget inconsistencies, underclosed revisions, underspending, rising administrative costs, delays in the rebuild project, and lack of transparency across key areas. We must insist on a full report on all budget revisions and environments, a detailed breakdown of underspending, immediate access to the Abacus report, full disclosure of legal cases and costs, a clear plan for COE shortfalls, a legal opinion on the Secretary's remuneration, and a detailed progress on Parliament rebuild project, including whether Parliament will be ready for the next SONA. If this information is not available today, then we should seriously consider postponing this engagement, because oversight
Honourable
without
Member,
information
your time
is
is now
meaningless.
expired. Thank you.
We must lead by example. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Mawatwe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The EFF does not support the proposed budget allocation for Parliament, and we do so because we have lost confidence in the leadership of the Speaker of the National Assembly. When she was elected after the 2024 national elections, because of our engagements with her when she was House Chairperson, and the manner in which she conducted herself as a minister, we thought that after the disastrous tenures of previous speakers who were partisan, irrational, who failed to protect the integrity of Parliament, and who engaged in dubious conduct, maybe Parliament stood a chance of revival. Despite being a member of a former liberation movement that continues to lose power because of its arrogance, we thought that as Speaker, Honourable Mama Togodidiza would restore the dignity to the position of Head of National Assembly. But we were wrong, Honourable Members. We were very wrong. If anything, she's more disappointing because we had expectations. House Chair, we thought the Speaker would have learned lessons from the former Speaker, who took forever to accept that the then Secretary to Parliament was corrupt and needed to be removed for abusing Parliament's resources. The EA has undermined its own commitment to contain the salary of the Secretary to Parliament, which was raised by the National Treasury as abnormal and excessive. The EA has undermined Parliament's own human resource management policies, which state that every employee, including Mr. Xolile George, himself must have a contract before they start working. The very speaker who wants to stand here today and say she wants to protect the integrity of the National Assembly goes to the Constitutional Court to defend unprocedural conduct. But clearly, she has learned nothing. The current Secretary to Parliament, appointed by a former speaker, who is now standing trial for corruption, was appointed in what we consider to be a corrupt manner. The advert was placed in newspapers with a salary of 2.4 million in 2021. He worked for 2 months in Parliament while still being paid by Salga without a contract. The advert was cancelled after recruitment had already started without any explanation. Today, the man earns just under 5 million. He earns more than the President, more than the Speaker of the National Assembly, more than the Chairperson of the NCOP. He earns more than all ministers in cabinet, more than deputy ministers, and more than director generals of all national departments with more complex and big organizations. It gets worse. We're told that his salary includes a gratuity, like a stock option incentive, as if he works for a R1 billion company listed on the JSC. And this speaker turns a blind eye to this corruption. The speaker has learned nothing. The corruption that we will expose regarding the rebuilding of Parliament, a project under the direct oversight of the Secretary to Parliament, whom we believe was appointed in a corrupt manner, is a crime scene. Even if members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament collude in a partisan manner to defend the corrupt appointment of Mr. Xolile George and insist that the matter is exhausted when it is clearly not, we will remain patient because the courts will ultimately resolve this matter, as has always been the case when the GNU abuses its numerical majority to shield unlawful and corrupt conduct from accountability. This Parliament bent down in January 2022. We were told that it would cost 2.2 billion to rebuild it. 3 years later, we were told that the cost has escalated to 3.3 billion. By the end, it will be 5 billion or more. With the information we have, which we have handed over to forensic investigators for assessment, we are confident that people will be arrested at the end of this project. These are serious people with influence, but it will not come as a surprise. House Chair, it is under her watch, the Speaker, that the BRICS Summit held in Emperor's Palace saw tenders inflated, services paid for without proper authorization, and it is clear that money was looted. Costs moved from an approved budget of 3.9 million to over 6 million. Yet no one can tell us whether that money was properly spent or not, and no one has been held accountable. You can defend corruption because of your unholy union in the GNU, but we are not surprised that the DA will sit comfortably knowing these facts and behave as if there's nothing rotten simply because of blue lights. As the EFF, we want our parliament to go to our people. We want this parliament to relocate to Tshwane, to be central, accessible, and closer to the people, instead of maintaining a colonial agreement between racist Afrikaners and British colonialists. We want people to feel part and parcel of this parliament, but that does not mean it should happen in a manner that facilitates corruption. We are told that the taking parliament to the people event held in the Northwest cost 9 million rands, and you are expected to accept this as normal. For that kind of event, that's madness. We still do not have enough African language translators. We do not have language services in committees, as if Parliament is still run by a racist national party. We do not have the capacity to draft bills with the speed necessary to make a meaningful impact. The collapse of the effectiveness of this 7th Parliament is clear for everyone to see. Ministers don't respond to questions for written reply on time, and when they do respond, they mislead Parliament without consequences, without sanctions, and without reprimand. And it is worse with the DA ministers. We are turning this Parliament into a Mickey Mouse arrangement and being toothless. For this reason, and many other reasons, the EFF does not support the incompetent, partisan and corrupt administration that uses Parliament to protect a former liberation movement in its dying days. I thank you, Chair.
The next speaker is the Honorable Radebe.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Parliament occupies a unique constitutional position. It is not simply another department within government. It is the institution entrusted with lawmaking, oversight over the executive, and ensuring meaningful public participation in our democracy. The effectiveness of Parliament, therefore, directly affects the quality of governance in South Africa. The appropriation bill allocates approximately 2.8 billion to Parliament for the 2026-2027 financial year. The IFP notes that this allocation must support Parliament in fulfilling its constitutional mandate, while additional funding has been allocated to contribute towards restoring and rebuilding institutional capacity following the devastating fire that damaged the parliamentary precinct. We welcome the continued commitment to rebuilding Parliament, but we caution that rebuilding infrastructure alone is insufficient. South Africans expect Parliament to rebuild public trust, improve accountability, and strengthen oversight over an increasingly unresponsive executive. We remain concerned that Parliament continues to depend heavily on allocations determined by the executive through the National Treasury. The Joint Standing Committee itself correctly observed that this funding arrangement undermines Parliament's institutional independence and long-term sustainability. A constitutional democracy cannot function optimally if the institution responsible for oversight is financially dependent on those it must oversee. We therefore support efforts to finalize a sustainable and independent funding model for Parliament. Parliament must be adequately resourced to perform rigorous oversight, process legislation effectively, and deepen public participation. We further welcome the increased allocation to oversight committees and constituency-related programs. Oversight is the lifeblood of accountability, and committees require sufficient resources to interrogate government expenditure, assess service delivery, and expose maladministration. However, increased funding must produce measurable outcomes. Parliament cannot justify higher expenditure while oversight failures, weak committees' attendance, and delayed executive responses continue. The poor responsiveness of ministers to parliamentary questions remains deeply troubling. Too many replies are delayed, incomplete, or evasive. This weakens Parliament's constitutional authority and frustrates the public's right to accountability. Rules governing executive compliance must therefore be strengthened and enforced consistently. We also note Parliament's plans regarding digital transformation and broadcasting expansion. While these initiatives can improve accessibility and public engagement, they must be accompanied by strong cybersecurity safeguards and practical implementation strategies. Honorable Chairperson, South Africans judge Parliament not by the size of its budget, by its effectiveness, discipline, and courage in holding power accountable. Every rand appropriated under Vote 2 must therefore advance constitutional governance, transparency, and service to the people of South Africa. The IFP will continue to support a Parliament that is independent, accountable, people-centered, and uncompromising in defending democratic oversight. Therefore, we support Vote 2. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable House Chairperson Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members of the Cabinet, Honorable Members of the National Assembly, Members of the PGIR, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor to be granted an opportunity to contribute to Budget Vote 2 debate on Parliament. This occasion always affords us with an opportunity to present and outline Parliament and the nation at large priorities that will in the long term inform the activities of the 7th Democratic Parliament with respect to international participation. Our work at hand as House Chairperson proceeds from the contribution laid by the honorable members of the 6th administration and the legacy left behind for the 7th Parliament to pursue. In pursuit of its role in international relations, cooperation and participation, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa is a member of one of number of interparliamentary organizations. Parliament's affiliation and participation in these organizations is driven by the need to uphold universal values and principles of democracy, respect for human rights and international law, as well as the need to reinforce South Africa's foreign policy objectives at the level of international parliamentary fora. The 7th administration had undertaken to operationalize the implementation of its policy priorities through the development of the draft policy on parliamentary diplomacy. The objective of the policy is to provide an overarching strategy for South Africa's parliamentary diplomacy in line with the country's legislative framework and national interest, facilitate a coordinated and strategic approach to parliamentary diplomacy at both political and administrative level with the South African legislative sector, articulate how South Africa's influence and stature on the international stage can be enhanced through active participation in bilateral and multilateral parliamentary diplomacy, facilitate economic diplomacy that prioritizes African-led development, the restructuring of global financial system, the promotion of trade policies that empower the global South, recognizes the evolving role of parliamentary diplomacy in global politics and its significance in advancing South Africa's national interest. This policy establishes a framework for the South African Parliament's engagement in international affairs. The policy further recognizes Parliament's unique role in shaping the multipolar world order that prioritizes Africa's sovereignty, economic self-sufficiency, and self-determined development. Parliamentary diplomacy must not only support existing executive foreign policy, but it must actively challenge global structures that perpetuate economic dependency, inequality, and marginalization of African states, including the reform of institutions' global governance. The Parliamentary Group in International Relations remains consistent in implementing these priorities through our participation in different bilateral and multilateral fora. To this end, the PGIR will convene its second workshop to further redefine its roadmap and participation internationally and to further align our collective missions with our various stakeholders. It is my pleasure to take this opportunity to highlight the activities our Parliament has been a part of so far since the last budget vote debate, starting with the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum. The South African Parliament successfully hosted the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum from 29 November to 6 December 2025 in the eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality in Durban, South Africa. The 58th Plenary Assembly was held under the theme, the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of Parliament in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Apart from honorable speakers of the National Assemblies representing 13 SADC countries, other dignitaries that graced the 58th plenary with their attendance included the guest of honor, Acting President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Paul Mashatile, and the Honorable Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the Executive Mayor of eThekwini, to mention just a few. Regarding the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a SADC Parliament in July 2025, both the NA and NCOP adopted the South African Parliament's inputs to the draft protocol establishing the SADC Parliament, which will be sent back to our Parliament for ratification processes during the course of the 2026-2027 financial year. The draft protocol, which was scheduled for finalization during the SADC meeting of Justice Attorneys General in July 2025, prescribes, amongst others, the composition powers, functions, procedures, and other related matters governing the SADC Parliament. The joint report on the draft SADC Parliament protocol by the Portfolio Committee of International Relations Cooperation and the Select Committee on Security and Justice highlighted the significance of the protocol in advancing regional integration and the role of parliaments in this process. The report recommends that the draft protocol include a clause to establish structured cooperation between the SADC Parliament, the Pan-African, national parliaments, and regional economic community assemblies. This cooperation should cover exchange on model laws, joint summits, and shared training academies. The aim is to harmonize legal frameworks, build institutional capacity, and ensure synergy in addressing continental challenges. Among the recommended inputs, the report proposed that the SADC Parliament must evolve into a binding law-making body over time and have oversight powers over peacemaking missions, trade, and human rights. The South African Parliament Permanent Delegation of the SADC PF will attend the forthcoming 59th SADC PF Plenary Assembly to be hosted by the Parliament of the Republic of Seychelles on the 4th to the 11th of July 2026 under the theme Digital Violence Against Women in Politics. And that, honorable members, takes us to the BRICS Parliament Forum. The Federative Republic of Brazil assumed the chairmanship of BRICS on January 1, 2025. Accordingly, Brazil prepared and hosted both the 17th BRICS Summit and the 11th BRICS PF meeting. The 11th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, which was attended by the South African delegation led by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Supra Mahumapilu, took place at the National Congress Palace in Brasilia on 4-5 June 2025 under the theme, The Role of BRICS Parliament in Building More Inclusive and Sustainable Global Governance. The 11th BRICS PF brought together heads of parliaments, presidents of chambers and deputies, and the federal senators from the 11 BRICS member countries, including the delegation from several partner countries. The leadership and representatives of the New Development Bank and the Interparliamentary Union were also in attendance. The standout highlight of the 11th BRICS Parliamentary Forum was its push for a more inclusive global order led by the Global South, especially through calls to reform international institutions like the United States and global financial system. Delegates emphasized that emerging economies should have a stronger role in global decision-making. Several major themes defined the forum: reform of global governance, strengthening BRICS cooperation, support for local currency trade, women's political participation and gender equality, a joint condemnation of terrorism, and South Africa was leading in these ones. The forum concluded with a joint declaration and the ceremonial handover of the next presidency to India, which will host the 12th BRICS PF meeting this year, 2026. The impact of our institution, parliamentary diplomacy, was demonstrated by the active participation of our parliament in the negotiations and the incorporation of a number of our positions and inputs to the final joint communique. Honorable members, our participation in the Pan-African Parliament has enabled the institution to continue to support efforts aimed at operationalization the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement in line with the aspirations of Agenda 2063. And honorable members, not to forget to say that we do take note of the concerns that you've raised in terms of the money that we pay with hosting the Pan-African Parliament, and we are in engagement and seeking that maybe we find another alternative venue so that we don't pay as much as we're paying now. In the CPA-related matters, honorable members, Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, together with provincial legislatures, is affiliated and participates in the political activities of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association at both Africa region and international level. Our members of parliament continue to serve in the executive committee, substructures of this organization, and supported efforts of transforming the legal status of this organization into a diplomatic organization that will serve the agenda of the developing countries within the Commonwealth. It is my pleasure to inform this House that this, in fact, finally coming to fruition after many years of our predecessors and ourselves advocating for this change of status. Currently, through the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Parliament occupies the position of the President of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, presiding over the processes that will lead to the preparation of the 69th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, scheduled to take place in September, which we all know that we are the proud host this year. Institutionally, a political steering committee has been established together with the Secretariat led by the Secretary to Parliament, who is seized with the responsibility to give regular briefings on the progress of conference preparation and readiness. It is anticipated that Parliament will use this international platform to continue on the path of ensuring that Parliament, through parliamentary diplomacy, complements the efforts of communicating South Africa's messages already articulated in the recent multilateral conferences our Parliament had successfully convened. The conference will also re-emphasize South Africa's international relations policy on ensuring that Africa acts together and unites in the world affairs. Lastly, honorable members, South Africa and European Parliament interparliamentary meetings, through our participation in the South African European Parliament interparliamentary meetings, our Parliament continues to advocate for a commitment to a multilateral trading system that is rules-based, open, inclusive, fair, transparent, consensus-driven, and anchored in international laws. The 3.3 billion will assist Parliament to achieve all programs and activities outlined in our participation in the international forum. So, as the House Chairperson, I support Budget Vote 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The next speaker is the Honourable Sauls.
Greetings once again in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Honorable Chair, before I delve into the core of the budget, allow me to take a moment to express our sincere appreciation to you, Honorable Speaker. Your steadfast leadership, unwavering dedication to the integrity of this House, and your tireless work in steering Parliament through complex and challenging times have not gone unnoticed. We commend your efforts to uphold the dignity of this institution and to ensure that the voice of the people remains central to our democracy. To many of us as young parliamentarians, you are like a mother. Honorable Chair, we recognize and commend the significant allocation of 2.6 billion dedicated to the Rebuilding Fund. Restoring the physical infrastructure of Parliament is a vital step toward restoring the full operational dignity of our legislative arm. Honorable Chair, whilst we rebuild the brick and mortar foundations of this institution, we must not neglect its human foundation. We must confront a glaring and unjust reality. Our internal parliamentary security staff, specifically the members of the Parliamentary Protection Services, are being left behind. Honorable Chair, how do we justify a 23% allocation for the compensation of employees, amounting to 1.4 billion, whilst the very people who secure our lives and this House are blocked from career progression? The institution cannot speak of fairness when it carries the historical stain of institutional unfairness against its own protection officers. We remember the painful legacy of 2015 when Parliament bypassed its own loyal Parliamentary Protection Services members to headhunt external security members for new chamber support positions, paying them higher salaries despite having lesser service and experience. While the Labour Court may have ruled on a narrow technical legal definitions regarding what constitutes an arbitrary ground under the Employment Equity Act, the moral failure remains obsolete. Our internal security staff have faced stagnation, zero promotions, and a system that favored new staff over long-serving dedicated employees. We cannot preach fair labor practices to the nation while practicing institutional stagnation within our own corridors. Honorable Chair, the 26-27 budget moves us forward in a physical reconstruction, but true institutional success requires that we bring our workers along with us. Let us fix the infrastructure, but let us also rectify the historical and ongoing promotion and wage disparities facing our parliamentary protection staff. I say this as a son to a mother. I thank you. Ayo Munib Baizani, PA supports.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Speaker. It was interesting to listen to the Honourable van Rooyen this afternoon when he dealt with the budget of Parliament. And I was thinking it could have been very different if he was Minister of Finance long enough to deal with the budget of South Africa as well. But we didn't get that opportunity to listen, and I think the Honourable van Rooyen would have loved that opportunity. Honourable Chairperson, the budget debate of Parliament should be non-controversial and it shouldn't be political, because we all serve the same Parliament, and if you look at the Constitution in terms of the three tiers of government or the three spheres of government, the legislature, the executive and the judiciary, they are supposed to be on the same level, but I want to think that the legislature, and most likely because I'm one of the members of the legislature, wants to think that the legislature is the most important of the three, for the simple reason that we represent the people in the House of the National Assembly, and within the NCOP we represent the provinces. Now the mandate of Parliament is quite clearly set out in section 42(3) of the Constitution, which says the mandate of Parliament in terms of that provisions deal with the following. Functions: Parliament is elected to represent the people, that is true, to ensure government by the people under the Constitution, all the people, to represent the interests of provinces in the national sphere of government, that's what the NCOP do. The members of Parliament elect the President, we've done that on a number of occasions since 1994, to pass legislation, that we do throughout, to scrutinize and oversee executive action, and that is a very difficult and a controversial one sometimes, as it is at the moment. And then lastly, Parliament processes to provide a national forum for the public to consider issues and express their views. Now, it is also true that Parliament has come into trouble on more than one occasion, and we've been reprimanded by the courts on more than one occasion because of some decisions that we took or some actions that we did not take. And the question would be, were we perhaps brought into trouble not because of ourselves, but because of the close proximity to the executive? And I know this is a controversial one for the simple reason that if you take into consideration that almost 20% of the members of the National Assembly are also members of the executive, 1 in 5. And obviously those influences do have a strong influence in caucuses, but also in decisions taken by the National Assembly. As far as I'm concerned, the National Assembly and Parliament should be focused on basically two things. First of all, to find the truth under all circumstances and to act in that instance. And secondly, to act within the ambit of the law, including the Constitution. That is where we should be focused. And at the moment, Parliament is again going into a difficult process, and that will be with regard to the Section 89 impeachment committee and the process that will flow through that. And the most important from my perspective would be that we cannot go there and try to play simplistic party political preferences. We must understand that the public is scrutinizing each and every act that comes from Parliament, and that we should behave in a manner that really bodes well for what the people expect in terms of seeking the truth and in keeping to the law. You cannot, in a debate on the budget of Parliament, conclude without thanking all the officials of Parliament, each and every one of them. We take them for granted mostly, and we cannot do that because we may be the members, but without the officials of Parliament, this place cannot and will not function successfully. The Freedom Front Plus will support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The essence of Action SA's position is that Parliament must fear the people again. Honorable House Chair, Parliament exists to protect the people from the abuse of power. It is not a sanctuary for failed ministers. It is not a shield for corruption, and is definitely not a stage for political theatre. Yet for too long, this Parliament has failed South Africans. The ANC has used its parliamentary majority not to strengthen oversight, but to weaken it. Ministers were protected, oversight reports were diluted, accountability was sacrificed at the altar for party loyalty. The Constitutional Court itself had to remind Parliament during the Section 89 matter that its duty is to the Constitution first and not to political parties. The crisis in this Parliament is simple. It no longer fears disappointing the people of South Africa. It only fears displeasing political parties. But Parliament has also suffered from an opposition that sometimes mistakes noise for accountability. South Africans did not elect us to collapse debates, to chase headlines or perform outrage for cameras. Noise is not accountability. Chaos is not courage. Action SA believes accountability requires disciplined action. That despite some of us being from smaller parties in this House, we as Action SA have consistently used parliamentary questions, oversight, visits, motions, and committee interventions to expose failures and demand answers from government. We have challenged wasteful expenditure. We have confronted failures at state-owned entities. We have exposed weaknesses in border security and illegal immigration. And we have advanced practical solutions to restore professionalism, economic growth, and capable governance. That is what an effective opposition looks like. Not slogans, not theatrics, results. Power fears accountability, which is why Parliament must reclaim its independence. Members of Parliament were not elected to defend political parties or protect powerful individuals. We were elected to serve the people of South Africa fearlessly and without compromise. Yet today, parliamentary recommendations are ignored without consequence. Reports are adopted without enforcement. Ministers evade accountability and continue as though Parliament is merely ceremonial. We as Action SA believe that Parliament requires stronger oversight, Madam Speaker, stricter consequence management for effective non-compliance, greater transparency in committee performance, and meaningful public participation in the legislative process. Because democracy without accountability is deception. South Africans are tired of institutions that speak loudly but act weakly. We are tired of leaders who quote the Constitution but refuse to defend it. And we are tired of a Parliament that bends when it should stand firm. Parliament must fear the people again. Until it does, accountability in South Africa will remain performative. It is for that reason that Action SA unfortunately rejects Budget Vote 2. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Lekganyane.
Thanks very much, House Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker. We have listened here. The enfilade against you has been unending. The criticism has been trenchant. I want to indicate that the matter of the STP has been dealt with by the Auditor General, and we received a report in the annual at the end of the financial year 2023 and 24. As the co-chair of this committee, Honorable Speaker, I want to reiterate that we are forever open to every question that honorable members may want to ask regarding that matter. They should follow the procedure. We're not hiding anything. And I want to thank you very much for your magnanimity. You are the Togodidisa of impeccable credential that we know from the African National Congress. First things first, honorable members, I rise to support Budget Vote 2, Parliament, for this organ as the central locus of political power in the country, to continue with its mandate of ensuring that the objectives of the Constitution are realized and its obligations are fulfilled. Honorable members, Parliament of the Republic should be primus inter pares in upholding and protecting our national sovereignty and constitutional order. This year marks 30 years of South Africa's constitution and how the democratic state successfully proliferated its doctrines and values on the continent and globally. Honorable Speaker, we look back with pride for transforming South Africa from a morally vitiating and repugnant psychology of apartheid, militarization, and destabilization in Southern Africa. We have exorcised South Africa from the ghost that haunted its noble intentions on the continent. We look forward with renewed hope and inspiration after repositioning South Africa as a pivot state in global terms, a reputable norm entrepreneur in the promotion of global equity, social justice and solidarity, human rights and peace, and lastly, a constructive regional hegemon. The ANC restored South Africa's image, stature, and moral high ground in regional, continental, and global affairs. Honorable Speaker, the African Union Development Agency, formerly known as NEPAD, celebrates the Silver Jubilee this year. In this context and in view of the ongoing celebrations of the Africa Month, the pantheon of history shines. Former President Thabo Mbeki, Olusegun Obasanjo, Abdelaziz Bouteflika, Hosni Mubarak, and Abdoulaye Wade, for this laudable initiative aimed at poverty eradication, sustainable growth and development, regional integration, and youth and women empowerment. These leaders, Honorable Speaker, have indeed heeded the injunction that was made by the former president of Tanzania, President Nyerere, when he said, Africa must run while others walk. Honorable Speaker, we appropriate this allocation for the Parliament of the Republic to continue running while others are walking in pursuit of our foreign policy progressive aspirations. We should be unrelenting in pursuit of progressive multilateral order, multilateral accountability, and reform or transformation of global power relations to reflect diversity. We have consecrated tenets of Pan-Africanism, African Renaissance, human rights and solidarity, South-to-South cooperation and regional integration, and peaceful conflict resolutions. Our parliamentary diplomacy should therefore advance these goals, strengthen oversight, protect democracy, and ensure that all international commitments and engagements, be in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, BRICS, P20, Interparliamentary Union, PAP, SADC, etc., make us to run while others are walking. Honorable Speaker, academics like Adigay Ajibayo contend that countries can only be strong abroad if they are strong at home. Our parliamentary diplomacy should complement the efforts of the executive in the fight against unemployment, poverty, and inequality. These vexatious matters, together with citizen safety and security of national interest, are the resilient fault lines that continue to undermine our efforts at attaining a better Africa and a better world, and also frustrate our diplomatic initiatives. They have recently sparked a conflagration of violent confrontation by extremist nationalists and also an anti-immigration sentiment that resurrect the apartheid ghost that we previously haunted us. These optics, Honorable Speaker, are not good for our parliamentary diplomacy. They go against the grain of Ubuntu as the fundamental moral underpinning of our foreign policy. Our approach should therefore seek to forge national consciousness in the affirmation of the humanity of others, cooperation at AU and SADC levels to enforce immigration laws and conformity with all relevant protocols. The relevant portfolio committees, Honorable Speaker, should adequately be supported to play the necessary oversight on sector departments. Honorable Speaker, the challenge now is for our parliamentary diplomacy to demonstrate that we can indeed run while others are walking. That we share Patrice Lumumba's optimism when he said, Africa will write its own history, and it will be to the north and to the south a history of glory and dignity. I support the budget vote.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. Madam Speaker, as we in the ACDP participate in this budget vote in the 30th year of the constitutional democracy, we must reflect on how effective our executive oversight has been. And it is a pity that it took the Constitutional Court to remind us that Parliament's duty to hold the executive to account is not a political choice where a majority vote or procedural maneuvers can be used, but a strict constitutional obligation. The Zondo Commission into State Capture meticulously set out how Parliament had failed in its oversight duty. And whilst most of the Commission's recommendations to improve parliamentary oversight have been implemented, we still seem to be failing in our oversight duty. As fraud and corruption is increasing day by day, it is now reaching the highest echelons of the SAPS and the criminal justice sector. And one cannot but sense that there is a feeding frenzy, almost like locusts who are looting and stealing our public funds. And this despite the very best endeavors of us as Parliament and law enforcement agencies like the Hawks, the SAPS, SIU, NPA and others. Yet there is always hope. The God that I serve promises in his word that he will restore what the locust has eaten. What is needed is more action and more prayer to restore the moral fiber of our nation. William Shakespeare wrote, "There's a tide in the affairs of men, which when taken at its flood leads on to victory. That tide is rising now. It's a clarion call against corruption. It's the cry of helpless citizens who demand an end to corruption, so that state funds can be better spent on clinics, hospitals, schools, police stations, better services, not looted and stolen." And as we consider the budget for the rebuilding of Parliament, may we, like Nehemiah, not only rebuild the walls physically, but also rebuild the moral fiber of our nation. And if one has regard to the tree design of the new Parliament, may this Parliament increasingly become a symbol of the tree of life referred to in Genesis and Revelations, whose leaves will be for the healing of our nation and nations around us. Lastly, may I take this opportunity on behalf of the ACDP to thank the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, House Chairs, the Secretary to Parliament and all staff members for their hard work and commitment this past year. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kwankwa.
Speaker, in December 2022, we warned you about the dangers of refusing to take the Pala matter to the impeachment committee or the impeachment process. And as usual, you did not listen. Instead, you used a warped logic. When I say you did not listen, Speaker, I'm not referring to you as a person. I'm referring to your colleagues, the African National Congress. Instead, you used a warped logic by using your majority for contrarian aims or contrary ends or to contrarian aims to subvert checks and balances on President Ramaphosa. In doing so, you breached a very important constitutional principle of accountability. And now, in light of the Concord judgment, the chickens have come home to roost. And I regret to inform you that we are not going to shield you from the consequences of your actions. But as we set the process in motion towards this impeachment process, it's important that due process is followed, that the proper sequencing and the pacing of what needs to be done so that we don't end up finding ourselves with an egg on our faces by making the same mistakes that we have been found to have breached the Constitution for insofar as the matter is concerned. The second issue is, Speaker, I have no time for platitudes. Please bear with me because I'm only expected to make points here for 3 minutes. The second point, Speaker, is when it comes to the question and answer session, they are really starting to become a waste of time. We call it a Q&A session, but ministers come here instead of some of them, not all of them. Instead of answering questions, they respond to them. I mean, I wish I were a minister in the cabinet. If I come to Parliament and I'm expected to respond, I would just say, here again, sit down. That's a response. Whether it answers the question or not, it's neither here nor there. Because we bring them here to respond, and indeed they respond, but they don't answer questions. The other aspect, Speaker, which I think is very important, is the funding of Parliament. I mean, the discussion actually predates my time in Parliament. When I got to Parliament, there was Speaker Sisulu, and we were talking about the funding model of Parliament. I'm about to turn 15, 3 or 4 years' time, we're still debating the same issue. I was a youth when I debated the matter for the first time. The other issue is, which is very important, is funding of political parties. The amount of money, I mean, it's a joke. I mean, the amount of money I'm expected to run the caucus with is the amount of money that Parliament pays a content advisor. That's my annual budget to run an office, to hire support staff members, to pay for operational expenses. It's crazy. But these laws are going to come back and bite you in 2029 where you're in a smaller party, because that's where you're going. If you're going to legislate because you're a big party, let me say.
The next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The amount of anger you have.
Order, Honourable Members, order.
The amount of anger you have.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable Members. I firstly just have to say it is quite strange standing here and not sitting, listening to members. Honourable Members, the National Assembly's constitutional mandate to represent and ensure government by the people, choosing the President, providing a national forum for public consideration of issues, passing legislation, and overseeing executive action is vast. And it requires a strong, capable, and robust House. But we also have to remember that a stronger Parliament begins with stronger members. The NA's capacity to optimally execute its mandate rests on strengthening the capacity of its individual members. Building members' capacity is therefore not an administrative addition to our work, nor an optional activity. It is foundational to our work as parliamentarians. And this has always been so. What has changed, honourable members, is the urgency. The society for whom we legislate and the governance we are charged with overseeing stands at the threshold of a profound technological transformation. The question that should frame our consideration of this budget vote, notably in the areas under my mandate, is therefore a simple one. Are we ready? The Interparliamentary Union explains this transformation clearly. Artificial intelligence offers real potential benefits to humanity and development. But recent advances also pose immediate risks to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And the pace of change is outrunning the ability of parliamentarians to understand and regulate it. Parliaments and their members cannot sit on the sidelines. This technology already affects every policy area, and so it is relevant to all of us. Honourable House Chairperson, what should readiness mean for us as members? Firstly, it means knowing how to use Parliament to good effect in representing our constituents, understanding our structures, working strategically within the rules and orders, reading the budget with a critical eye, scrutinising legislation, and asking the right questions in committees and at question time. Secondly, it means keeping pace with the world around us, understanding how the current technological transformation affects our portfolios and our own work as members, and ensuring its safe and ethical use without smothering the innovation our country needs. Readiness, in short, requires capacity, and capacity building must be intentional. Allow me then to turn to members' capacity building. The 7th Parliament Strategic Plan recognises that members must be equipped with continued professional development and the digital literacy skills needed in a digitally transformed Parliament. The year 1 April 2025 to 31 March 2026 was the first full financial year in which my office gave structured effect to the capacity building mandate assigned to the Deputy Speaker. We focused on laying foundations, a necessary approach, given that more than 60% of the members in this Assembly were newly elected at the start of the 7th Parliament. In terms of internal training, we delivered 6 formal training days covering 9 substantive areas of parliamentary practice, including the rules on order and debate, committee oversight, the budget process, public participation, and parliamentary diplomacy. Member satisfaction with the quality of that training remained high throughout. Recognizing the moment we are in, we also intentionally began to build masters, or rather members' digital and AI literacy, promoting international learning opportunities offered by the IPU by a joint program of UNESCO and the University of Oxford Said Business School, and through other self-paced initiatives. Engagement with counterpart parliaments and bodies such as the IPU continued throughout the year, bringing shared learning and concrete offers of capacity building cooperation. Honourable members, the members' attendance across our internal sessions was, however, uneven, and no single session reached half of this House. Our reliance on virtual delivery, while unavoidable during the rebuilding of Parliament, limited the depth of engagement that face-to-face training allows. Many members ask for physical or hybrid formats. As one member put it bluntly in a post-training questionnaire, sessions should be physical, eyeball to eyeball, and I agree with that. Now, despite these challenges, honourable members, I encourage you to attend. There's always something new to learn about this complex, ever-evolving institution. From 2026 and 2027, We will be moving from foundation to structure. The approach combines competency and skills-based training built around a predictable quarterly rhythm so that training is no longer something we attempt to fill into a crowded calendar, but something members can plan around. It places digital and AI literacy firmly within the curriculum, because a member who is ready for the decade ahead is one who can use these tools with confidence and interrogate them with judgment. Honourable House Chairperson, the strengthening of members and our systems cannot be separated. A member with new skills but outdated systems is held back. A modern system in untrained hands delivers little. Capable people and capable institutions advance together, or they do not advance at all. And so the second strand of my responsibility is building a digitally transformed Parliament. The year under review saw tangible progress. Parliament completed systems to automate core processes, among them online committee submissions, a digital committee dashboard, and a resolutions tracking system, making oversight more traceable. In the year ahead, that work will extend to the online tracking of bills, to digital service delivery dashboards, and to online submissions for the nomination of public office bearers. We have also invested in digital readiness of members and have begun to confront the institutional questions that AI poses for Parliament, including through a course, AI for Parliament, a webinar series offered by the Policy Innovation Lab at Stellenbosch University. Honourable House Chairperson, allow me also to briefly report back on our language policy. Last year, I stressed the need for more interpreters, explaining that Parliament requires at least, that's not optimal, that is at least 44 interpreters to serve both houses, against the 27 we had then. I'm pleased to report an increase to 40, with efforts ongoing to fill the remainder, while AI technologies for real-time interpretation and speech-to-text translation are also explored. And then I also want to report, honourable members, in terms of Parmet, and I know this is a very sensitive matter, I want to indicate to members that the Speaker has approached the Minister of Finance. I want to thank you, Honourable Speaker, for doing that, to discuss the whole issue of affordability vis-à-vis the remuneration of public office bearers, because I know this is something that we need to address urgently. Honourable House Chairperson, honourable members, I return to the question with which I began. Are we ready? If readiness means that the work is complete, then no, we are not. But if readiness means that we have understood what is required, that we have laid the foundations and that we are building deliberately upon them, then I can report that we are becoming ready and that we intend to be ready in good time. The technological transformation before us will not wait for Parliament to catch up. We must keep up as best we can. That is the commitment my office will continue to honour. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The next speaker is the Honourable Ghana.
Honorable Speaker, let me address you because at least today I get to address you and you are sitting here, not behind me. South Africans are losing patience. They are losing patience with politics. They are losing patience with institutions of democracy. And they are losing patience with ourselves as members of Parliament. Trust in Parliament is waning. And whether we like it or not, this institution is under the spotlight. And every member of this Parliament is under the spotlight. The people are asking a simple question, whether as Parliament we hear their cries, we understand their frustrations, their anger, and we share in their fears and anxieties. Because the South Africa we lead today is a South Africa of deep frustration, rising impatience, and growing hopelessness. People are tired of slow responses, tired of excuses, tired of institutions that appear reactive instead of being decisive. That's why Parliament cannot continue to behave as if things are normal. We are no longer living in 1999 or 2010. The world that we live in has fundamentally changed, and the way citizens of our country consume politics has fundamentally changed. The way that South Africans engage with this institution has changed, and the expectations that they place upon democracy has also changed. We are being called upon as members of Parliament to do more than just passing and processing legislation and following procedure. We are called upon to provide direction, to lead society, and to act with agency and agility. Even when we do react, we must do so swiftly. An example has been made. Many honorable members have spoken around just the pace that it's taking to rebuild Parliament, which is a symbol, an important symbol of our democracy. As Honorable Khadebe has said, we need to rebuild the trust. And rebuilding trust is not about sloganeering. We'll rebuild trust by the work that we do. We must truly represent the hopes and aspirations of all South Africans. And as Parliament, we have to rise above the destructive politics and focus on what matters most, building a South Africa that is safe, prosperous, equal, and united. Because first and foremost, we were not sent here by political parties. We were sent here by South Africans. And we need to represent the people of this country with honor and integrity.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Schlazer Webster.
House Chair, we must resist the temptation to approach debates like this one as routine parliamentary processes, while we have the weight of a constitutional court rebuke against Parliament still hanging over this House. This is now the second time in less than a decade that Parliament has been found to have acted unconstitutionally in carrying out its oversight responsibilities. First, it was the Kandla scandal, when Parliament failed to hold then-President Jacob Zuma accountable for violating the Constitution, and now again, Parliament has been found wanting. At its core, this exposes deep structural weaknesses that have developed over 32 years, and it's the steady erosion of Parliament's independence from political party interests. Too often, party loyalty has superseded constitutional duty, and members of Parliament have acted as defenders of the executive instead of watchdogs for the public, and we see this even in some portfolio committees. That's why public trust in democratic institutions then declines. Yet Parliament receives 2.8 billion in this budget precisely to fulfill one central constitutional purpose, and that is to hold power accountable on behalf of the people of South Africa. Many South Africans have reached a dangerous conclusion that Parliament has become too weak, that it's become compromised, and that it's politically captured and can't exercise meaningful oversight over the executive. The Government of National Unity has complicated this with introducing a new and unintended risk, because 70% of the members of Parliament sit on the executive, which makes it 1 in every 5 MPs serving as a minister or deputy minister. And so now the rules of Parliament must evolve to work within the realities of coalition governance. One of the very important things that must be reformed is the office of the Speaker. A rule requiring a Speaker to resign from political party leadership upon assuming office would be a worthwhile solve, because a Speaker cannot simultaneously function as a senior political actor within a party hierarchy while posing as a neutral custodian of parliamentary accountability. The last is accountability of the president, because at present, the president appears before parliament once per quarter. And we've called consistently that this only comes up to 10 hours in a year. And we've called consistently that a president should be coming at least twice per quarter. The growing disconnect between parliament and ordinary South Africans is dangerous for democracy.
Honourable Member,
It
your
must
time has
be
expired.
that parliament becomes effective and feared by the corrupt and respected by the public. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Magau, who will address us from a seat.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Today we debate more than a budget. We debate the credibility and constitutional integrity of Parliament itself. Section 42, subsection 3 of the Constitution states that the National Assembly exists to represent the people and to scrutinize and oversee executive action. That is the purpose of Parliament. Parliament is not an extension of the executive. It is not a protection mechanism for those in power. It is an independent arm of state entrusted with the responsibility of holding the executive accountable on behalf of the people of South Africa. The people do not fund Parliament so that it can protect political elites. They fund Parliament so that their voices may be heard and their interests defended. House Chair, one of the greatest dangers in any constitutional democracy is when oversight institutions begin to lose their independence. The office of the Speaker carries a constitutional responsibility to act fairly, impartially, and above party political interest. Once elected, the Speaker is no longer merely a representative of a political party. The Speaker becomes the constitutional custodian of the integrity and credibility of Parliament. The Speaker cannot be seen as an extension of Luthuli House, nor as a defender of the President. Section 55, subsection 2 of the Constitution requires Parliament to maintain oversight over the exercise of national executive authority. That oversight obligation cannot be selective. It cannot depend on who occupies the presidency. It cannot be suspended because accountability becomes politically inconvenient. South Africans are increasingly concerned that Parliament is drifting away from its constitutional mandate and becoming too protective of executive power. When motions of accountability are frustrated through procedural technicalities, the public loses confidence in Parliament. And once public trust in Parliament collapses, democracy itself is weakened. The Constitutional Court has repeatedly reminded this institution that Parliament has a constitutional obligation to hold the President accountable. No parliamentary rule can override the Constitution. No procedural interpretation can undermine constitutional accountability. Honourable members, our people are facing enormous hardships. Communities are overwhelmed by crime, unemployment, corruption, collapsing infrastructure, illegal immigration syndicate, drug trafficking, and poor service delivery. Yet too often, Parliament appears more focused on managing political sensitivities than confronting the real crisis affecting ordinary South Africans. Parliament must return to the people. It must become the voice of the unemployed graduate, the voice of struggling families, the voice of communities without water and electricity, the voice of victims of crime.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any member from Al-Jama? No? I'll now recognize the Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Hon.
Are we assessing the Speaker or what? Because we're debating budget.
Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable Speaker, colleagues. Parliament's internal arrangements remain a vital part of ensuring the effective functioning of this national legislature and ultimately to support the critical work members perform. At present, these arrangements remain broad and at times fragmented, with unavoidable disruptions and inconveniences persisting hopefully only until the National Assembly has been fully restored. It is therefore understandable that members reflected today, as they has, on challenges arising from these interim logistical arrangements. At the same time, however, it's important to acknowledge the significant efforts by all stakeholders to adapt, accommodate, and improve these conditions. Of particular note are several important milestones. This refurbished new Meester Dome has been in use since the reply to SONA this year, enabling in-person plenaries and joint sittings, reducing the reliance on hybrid proceedings and limiting the costly rental of venues such as the CTICC. At the same time, Honourable House Chair, one positive legacy of both the COVID-19 period and the period after the National Assembly was gutted by the fire, which we must acknowledge, is Parliament's increased agility in using online and hybrid platforms effectively and productively. These platforms will likely allow many of us to engage more fruitfully with South Africans on a face-to-face basis during the run-up to the local government elections than would otherwise have been possible. House Chair, this year also saw the allocation of newly renovated offices and committee rooms in 90 Plain, which, even if the rebuild is complete, will add to the complement of the accommodation Parliament has at its disposal. The rollout of fibre optic internet in the parliamentary villages, after being delayed for many years, must also be welcomed. Honourable members, developments relating to members' facilities have not only involved infrastructure projects. Parliament has also embarked on a review of the institutional framework governing members' housing facilities. Concerns raised regarding staff accommodation in the villages during Chief Whip Forum's meetings resulted in the National Assembly establishing an ad hoc committee to examine the outdated Parliamentary Villages Board Act and to consider possible amendments to it. While this work continues, we trust that the committee will favour this House with practical solutions grounded in the legislative framework that governs public property and public funds. The Members' Support Forum has also continued to meet regularly to address matters affecting members' interests and convenience. We thank the members who serve on this forum, as well as representatives of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the Administration of Parliament for their responsiveness and cooperation. House Chair, this does of course not mean that all issues are resolved. Management, operational and maintenance challenges remain a very unfortunate reality, let me put it this way, in the parks where most of us stay while in Cape Town. If we step back from our own circumstances, however, this debate of course takes place in a time, and some members have reflected on it already, when public confidence in politicians and democratic institutions is increasingly fragile. That reality should concern all of us and guide how we exercise our responsibilities as members of Parliament. Part of the crisis of confidence we are faced with is, of course, the perception that we afford ourselves as legislatures luxury at the expense of our people. Therefore, a careful balance must always be maintained between allocating a budget that enables members and Parliament to function effectively while demonstrating the prudent use of public resources. House Chair, our debates and decisions must reflect subject knowledge and a deep understanding of the complex issues confronting us as legislatures if we are to make sound decisions in the best interest of all South Africans. Parliament therefore supports study and training opportunities for members, not as a prestigious perk, but as an important means of improving our capacity to serve South Africans through oversight, representation and legislation. Currently, 78 members of Parliament are undertaking formal tertiary studies through parliamentary bursaries in fields linked to our work, including public administration, financial management, economics, governance, political science, and, if I may repeat what I said last year, the wisest choice of all, law. House Chair, in addition, Some members are enrolled in short certificate courses, with 32 studying towards undergraduate degrees and 36 pursuing postgraduate degrees. I have a full confidence that by this time next year, we will have some fresh graduates from this program in our ranks. As I conclude, I would hope that all members will agree that as elected leaders representing all South Africans, we must forever strive to perform our duties in such a manner that we will be worthy of the trust of those who gave us a chance to serve. In this regard, I believe all of us must carefully consider the wise words of the late Dean Smuts, who served this Parliament, our Constitution, and South Africa with distinction. She wrote in her autobiography that individual members of Parliament invariably has to decide whether they want to make a noise or a difference. And then she added, if you decide, as one should, that your goal is to make a difference, you must also be able to identify those very rare instances when to make a noise will help make you a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any member from NCC, PAC? Honorable Mahlatsi?
Thank you, Chairperson. Kgotso, Africa. Honorable members, the Parliament, it is not merely a legislative building. It's a constitutional embodiment of the will of the people. It derives authority directly from the citizens of this country, particularly the poor, the working class, the unemployed, and historically depossessed African majority who continue to suffer under economic exclusion, landlessness, poverty, and unemployment. It is therefore deeply concerning when the authority and the institutional integrity of Parliament are weakened through political indecision, executive interference, or institutional silence in a moment where constitutional accountability is required. The UAT note with serious concern the developments surrounding the legal challenge instituted by the President against the process arising from Parliament itself. The failure by Parliament to oppose such application creates a dangerous constitutional precedent. It suggests that the National Assembly may retreat from defending its own institutional authority whenever politically convenient. Such conduct risks undermining the doctrine of the separation of power and weakens the Parliament's oversight responsibility as envisaged in Section 42 and 55 of the Constitution of South Africa. The budget vote too must therefore prioritize strengthening parliamentary oversight capacity, legal advisory independence, implementing the spirit of Ubuntu, which is godliness, research support services, committee functionalities, public participation mechanism, and the consequences management system. Parliament cannot effectively hold the executive accountable while remaining financially and institutionally dependent on the very same structure it seeks to oversee. The UAT reject vote 42. Come, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As the member from Good, I will now recognize the Honorable House Chairperson Frolick.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, members of the Executive, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. This year marks the 30 years since the adoption of the Constitution, a defining moment in our nation's history that laid the foundation for a democratic, accountable, and participatory state founded on human dignity, equality, and freedom. Parliament's role on oversight over the executive and keeping the executive accountable is one of the constitutional mandates that we must exercise without any fear or favor. It is with this context that the National Assembly reflects on the achievements and challenges in implementing this mandate. I will briefly reflect in my input on what is happening in committees and oversight, public participation, and also sectoral work that is being done. The Speaker has reflected on the time that it takes to finalize legislation, and I can say that once again this morning in the National Assembly Programming Committee, this was one of the items on the agenda. We simply need to improve, honourable members, and that will require a collective effort from all of us. As things are currently standing, we're sitting with 40 pieces of legislation on the program of the National Assembly, and keeping in mind that a lot of us will be busy with local government election work, it paints a bleak picture on the number of pieces of legislation that will be finalized before the end of the year. Proposals are thus currently being made and will be given to the Speaker to guide and improve the legislative frameworks. Parliament, honourable members, is by its virtue a rules-based institution operating within a constitutional order founded upon the rule of law. Just as the Constitution itself provides a clear framework through which democratic governance is exercised, so too Parliament must continue to refine its own rules, and a number of members have reflected on this. In this regard, honourable members, all of us must familiarize ourselves with the rules of Parliament and its procedures. This is important for safeguarding the integrity, legitimacy, and credibility of Parliament. The rules that we have not been imposed on us from outside. It is rules that members of Parliament themselves make and is always subject to improvement and to review. However, we've seen in different debates taking place that at times there's scant regard for the rules of the National Assembly, and members fail simply to honour the rules of debate. For instance, Honourable Madam Speaker, we also had a convention, and I don't say we must turn it into a rule, a convention that when a member gets up and debate and make points for debate against, for instance, you as a chairperson, that the convention has always been that you wait for the reply and for the response of the other member. Otherwise, it's just a speech, and you can't enter into a debate. And too often, we make too many speeches, and we don't debate matters effectively with one another. And we deprive ourselves with the opportunity for constructive dialogue. Oversight over government remains central to the work of committees, and I must congratulate and agree with you the excellent work that has been done by the ad hoc committee that is probing the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi. However, it's also an opportunity for us to look at, are our rules actually designed to deal with these type of inquiries? Because at times they can become very open-ended, it can become very expensive with no definite deadline that's in place, without the necessary support structures that's in place, either internally and externally. We run the risk that we lose the momentum of the work that honourable members of Parliament are doing. Following concerns by the Auditor General regarding the state of municipalities, a number of committees led by COCTA, as well as other committees in the NCOP, undertook joint visits throughout the country. The preliminary findings indeed point to systemic weaknesses in terms of financial management, weak accountability mechanisms, and over-reliance on consultants. To strengthen the coordination and improve the effectiveness of oversight and lawmaking, the Speakers Forum has revived the National Forum of Chairpersons of Committees, bringing together committee leadership from Parliament and all the provincial legislatures. The forum intends and seeks to strengthen governance, oversight, public participation, and cooperation across the sector. The forum aims to build a more coordinated and effective responsive committee system across the sector during the 7th Parliament and beyond. One of the concerns, for instance, that we have is that last year, the President signed into law 3 pieces of legislation dealing with gender-based violence and femicide. Unfortunately, when we engage with our colleagues in the other spheres of government, there doesn't seem to be a coordinated approach on how do we actually implement this legislation so that we can improve the livelihoods of especially women, but also of young girls, because they are still being subjected to the most heinous type of offenses involving GBV and femicide. The strategic plan of Parliament is aligned with Agenda 2063, as well as the National Development Plan, and positions committees to effectively respond to emerging global and continental challenges that impact on domestic governance and development. One of this is the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement that provides significant opportunities for economic integration, industrial development, and intra-African trade. Whether we like it or not, we are an integral part of Africa, and that is where we must make our mark and contribute towards a better Africa and a better world. At the same time, Honourable Speaker, we must remain concerned by the rise in incidents of xenophobia and anti-migrant sentiment that continue to emerge in parts of our society. South Africa's constitution commits us to human dignity, equality, and non-discrimination, values which must continue to guide our national discourse and conduct. As a country shaped by solidarity from across the African continent during our own liberation struggle, we must continue to promote social cohesion, peaceful coexistence, and African unity, while also addressing the legitimate socio-economic frustrations experienced by many of our communities in a lawful, constitutional, and humane manner. Very often, we do hear debates, both inside and outside of Parliament, that borders on incitement against other Africans. This is something that we need to be very careful of, because the temperature and how we articulate our views in Parliament easily becomes receptive in society and can be interpreted as a condemnation for the wrong actions that they are participating in. Climate change also continues to emerge as one of the defining challenges of our time, and the World Health Organization has stated that climate change is the biggest global health threat of our century. This, of course, will impact on budgets that's being allocated to the Department of Health, as well as on other social services. We must thus strengthen our internal capacity to engage effectively on climate governance and other multilateral processes. Honourable members, at the advent of the 7th administration, Parliament has made a concerted effort to ensure that public participation is not merely a tick box exercise, but a cornerstone of the legislative process and our constitutional democracy. We must continue to facilitate meaningful public involvement in all our processes. The responsibility goes beyond compliance. It speaks directly to the legitimacy of our democratic institutions and the trust that citizens place in Parliament as a Parliament of the people. Meaningful public participation will thus ensure that legislation is enriched by the lived experiences, the concerns, and aspirations of the people that we serve. Last year, honourable members, I introduced the public participation portal, which is now being rolled out. The portal marks an important institutional shift towards improved coordination, record management, and accountability in the way Parliament conducts and documents public participation processes. I encourage all members to utilize this platform. The uptake at the moment is very low, and we want members to go onto Parliament's website, look at the portal, look at your committee, and look what is recorded there. That's important for transparency and accountability, because it will enhance the quality and sustainability of our public participation processes. In the next phase, we are incorporating the National Council of Provinces and provincial legislatures into the portal so that South Africa can begin a truly national ecosystem for public participation. As we continue to strengthen these processes, there's also an opportunity for public participation division, which has now been capacitated in Parliament, to become more proactive and deepening in broadening citizen engagement. Then, honourable members, and this should be of all interest to you, we have implemented a public constituency office locator, and it's also integrated into the parliamentary website. One of the persistent concerns that is raised by citizens is that they do not know who their public representatives are. They only see them on TV, where constituency offices are located, or how to contact them. Honourable members can interact with the locator either on the parliamentary website or at the exhibition at the back, hosted by Public Education. In addition to these measures, Parliament has also intensified efforts to improve the accessibility of public participation opportunities through a greater use of digital platforms and multilingual communication. In terms of sectoral parliaments, honourable members, honourable Speaker, we will continue to strengthen participatory democracy in bringing people closer to the legislative process through sectoral parliament processes. This has happened in the last financial year through the Youth and the Women P20 as well as other sectoral engagements. This year, the Youth Parliament will be held in Johannesburg during the month of June under the theme Youth Empowerment for a Sustainable Future, commemorating the 50th anniversary of the June 16 uprisings. The Women's Parliament will be hosted in the Northern Cape and will commemorate the historic Women's March and the Women's Charter under the theme Watinti Bafazi, Watinti Mbokoto. 70 years of resistance, 72 years of vision, advancing gender justice, equality, and resilient economies for all. And we look forward to the active participation of all members of Parliament, irrespective of their gender, in these programs. As part of reflecting on the 30 years of democracy, Parliament is also strengthening legislative oversight by assessing whether the laws that we pass, in fact, have an impact on the lives of our people. Do the laws that we pass improve the quality and effectiveness of the legislation that must improve the lives of the people, or is it just another law that gains dust on the law books? We are busy engaging as well, honourable members, with post-legislative scrutiny, where we look at the legislation that has been passed as part of a pilot program in assessing thus the implementation and impact of the legislation. As you can see, honourable members, there's more than enough work for committees to do in terms of oversight and accountability. In addition, the oversight priority model was developed for committees, and it will be rolled out to another 10 committees in this financial year. In conclusion, honourable members, the initiatives outlined today, from strengthening committees and legislative scrutiny to modernizing public participation systems across the legislative sector and engagement through sectoral parliaments, are all part of a broader effort to build a parliament that is accountable, accessible, credible, and firmly rooted in the lives of South Africans. At the heart of this work, honourable members, is a simple but profound principle that democracy must always belong to the people and must work in the interest of our people. Our Constitution envisaged a parliament that would not govern above the people, but with the people and for the people. A parliament that will not merely legislate for society, but would actively draw society into the legislative process itself. That vision of our founding mothers and fathers remains as relevant today as it was 30 years ago. I would like to thank the Honourable Speaker for continued guidance and support, as well as the cooperation from the other House chairpersons, chairpersons of committee, and all the whips and members of political parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I will now recognize Honourable Hansinger.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. To function better and rebuild public trust, South Africa's Parliament requires systemic reforms across oversight, lawmaking, political independence, financial management and public participation. The Democratic Alliance proposes the following strategic frameworks that align closely with the structural improvements backed by civil society and independent analysts. Public interest demands stronger executive oversight and accountability. And to achieve this, Parliament must fully implement its established oversight and accountability model, imposing explicit legal consequences on executive departments that ignore legislative queries. Coupled with legal enforcement, robust tracking mechanisms must be employed. Introducing open data dashboards and rigid resolution tracking software which will ensure that ministerial promises and Auditor General recommendations are actively monitored rather than forgotten. Furthermore, although the Zondo Commission's advisory findings are legally non-binding, proactive political and legislative action is critical to translating them into practice, dismantling systemic corruption and protecting South Africa's democracy. As such, the DA will rigorously enforce the structural changes advised by the Commission, including implementing strict rules to prevent state-backed procurement corruption. Ensuring effective government oversight, passing legally sound laws, and maintaining institutional independence depend heavily on boosting research capacity and legal expertise, the second critical area for reform. To accomplish this, Parliament must urgently fill technical support vacancies. Committee staff positions for legal advisors, economists and data analysts must be unfrozen to alleviate overstretched research teams. Alongside administrative support, we require targeted training for MPs. As lawmakers, we need continuous professional capacity building in public finance, policy analysis and complex legal framework assessment. Parliament must establish dedicated advisory units to expand specialized research access, enabling portfolio committees to independently verify data supplied by state organs rather than relying solely on executive reports. More than a national focus, sharpening lawmakers is important to strict local government oversight, given widespread service delivery collapse and the need to protect public finances as well as uphold the constitutional rights of South Africans. Further, portfolios must hold state departments to strict deadlines to finalize detailed regulations once a broader bill is signed into law. Simultaneously, mandatory impact assessments must become standard practice to stop national legislation from placing unworkable financial burdens on municipalities. Unfunded mandates can no longer be ignored or allowed to increase by national or provincial governments. Ultimately, citizens bear the consequences of these unfunded mandates, leaving local municipalities unfairly strained and absorbing the result operational demands. Overarchingly, the DA believes that lawmakers should expand their scrutiny to actively debate and reject harmful executive regulations instead of rubber stamping them. In addition, to optimize internal operations and secure the integrity of the state's budget, Parliament requires targeted structural improvements across its internal spending laws, procurement oversight, and the funding models of its independent oversight officers. Above all, it is important for the DA that administrative accounting officers face immediate personal liability for wasteful expenditure. Achieving this requires reforming the legislative funding model by amending the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislators Act to mirror the strict consequence management protocols of the Public Finance Management Act. Parliament must also establish legislative mechanisms for emergency budget shifts to prevent administrative gridlock during unexpected structural crises, such as the recovery aftermath of the 2022 parliamentary fire. In addition, clear legal guidelines are necessary to dictate how Parliament retains and rolls over underspent funds at the end of a financial year without violating National Treasury conditions. Clear laws will avoid a repeat of the structural tensions that occurred during the processing of the Financial Management of Parliament Amendment Bill, where Parliament's administrative body and the National Treasury clashed over who legally controls Parliament's unspent year-end operational funds. While the DA supports expanding the capacity of the Parliamentary Budget Office, we are equally committed to tightening supply chain management and internal controls. In our view, this dual approach will track value for money and target audit investigations, effectively bridging the gap between policy intent and procurement fraud. Furthermore, it will allow committees to spot structural variances, identify sudden spikes in goods and services spending, or flag massive shifts in capital expenditure budgets, thereby exposing systemic procurement risk and loopholes before public funds are lost. Finally, Parliament must urgently address infrastructure project delays by implementing tighter fiscal controls on massive capital expenditure. This in particular is critical for the restoration of the Parliament precinct, where strict adherence to contract timelines is required to prevent severe budget overruns. Due to historical oversight gaps, the projected cost of the rebuild ballooned from its original 2.1 billion rand baseline to an eye-watering 4.4 billion rand to 4.6 billion rand, pushing the full handover back to late 2026 and early 27. Enforcing rigid contract tracking is essential to protect public money from further delays. After all, if Parliament cannot fix the cracks to its own budget, it can never successfully guard the arches of the nation. I thank you. Ndiabulela ngexesha enindiphe lona. Ek dank u.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I will now recognize Honourable Dagmo.
Thank you very much, Chair, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, all honourable members, especially those that are part of the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament, and the co-chair, Honourable Lechanyane. The ANC's 2024 election manifesto actually spelled out very clearly our commitment to build a people's parliament. As the ANC, we committed to improving the capacity of Parliament and legislatures to fulfill their legislative, their oversight, as well as their accountability responsibilities. And Chair, if one looks at the work done by Parliament, led by the Executive Authority and the Speaker in particular, since the election of our Speaker and Deputy Speaker in 2024, the record shows that indeed we are implementing the manifesto of the African National Congress in terms of building the People's Parliament. Our committees are conducting robust oversight without fear or favor. This House is a host to critical debate, engagement, and the showcasing of the achievements and the challenges of the executive, which make up the Government of National Unity. It is a pity, Chair, that some honourable members conduct oversight using populism and fiction and not seeking the truth through facts, when cheap politicking takes the place of robust and informed oversight, actual accountability is undermined. When this happens, our presiding officers often unfairly bear the brunt. Disrespect and abuse does not win arguments. It actually contributes to the electoral decline, as we have seen with the EFF. Every by-election, they are declining. And I think something of that has got to do with the fact that, for instance, Honourable Maotwe comes here today, insults an official of this Parliament, and then leaves. Age Kongo. She's only a recent member of this committee, but she comes here, spreads lies, without facts, undermines an individual, and then she leaves this house. Aye, suga, azitani lanto. Now, we are here today
Honorable
to debate
Dagmo,
the budget of Parliament.
Honorable Dagmo, can you please take a seat? Honorable Mente, what is the point of order?
Yeah, first you must teach this honorable member, who's not so honorable, that lies are not parliamentary. We have a word that we use for lie, he must withdraw that. And secondly, TG has got a role to play in an organization. He is here, she is here, and she's running what she has to do for the organization.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mente. That last part, I think it's a point of debate, but Honorable Dagmo, can we please address members in a parliamentary manner and please withdraw that Honorable Mautwe was lying?
Yes, no, she was misleading the House, not lying. And I'm sure where she is, ever she is now, she's continuing to mislead whoever she's speaking to.
You see,
Now, we are here
he's not
today to
withdrawing.
debate the budget of
He's not
Parliament
withdrawing.
and the report
Honorable
of the
Mente.
Joint Standing
We
Committee
can
on
debate this.
Financial
He's not
Management of
withdrawing.
Parliament.
He must withdraw.
Now, I think what's very interesting, members, is that we should pay tribute to the Speaker. In particular, we had an unprecedented situation last year.
House Chair, he has not withdrawn.
Honorable Mente, I have not recognized you and I heard...
Yes, I have been having my hand up, you are not looking at me.
You opened your mic and spoke without your hand up. And we know the proceedings. And I did hear Honorable Dagmo saying, I withdraw. He did say that he withdraws. He did say that he withdraws. Honorable Dagmo?
Now, I will repeat, I withdraw, and wherever she is now, she is misinforming people, so much so that the EFF is losing support all the time, because people don't like misinformation. Now, our Speaker had to deal with an unprecedented situation where the executive could not actually table, let's be honest, could not table a budget. But this constitution of ours, the judiciary, the role of Parliament, was resilient enough to manage the fact that even though more than 200 people voted in favor of that division of revenue, remember, even though the DA was making populist announcements about VAT, the majority of this House decided to support the division of revenue. It went to court. This constitution, this republic, this parliament is resilient. And that's why we are saying that we don't need fair weather constitutionalists. We need consistent commitment to this constitution. So when MKP undermines the constitution every day, we see them. When the EFF respects one judgment and not another judgment, we see them. When the DA ignores the fact that our constitution calls for redress in favor of the majority of people who suffered under apartheid, you can see the DA are fair weather constitutionalists. That's what they are. So, what I want to say that we can be proud, Chair, of our executive authority, that not only has Parliament achieved a clean audit for 24-25 when you came in, but in fact for the last 10 years, this institution has produced a clean audit. That is something that we should admire and respect. Now, to do that, we must obviously thank our executive authority, the Secretary to Parliament, all of the officials, including those
Honorable
at the table.
Dagmo, can you please take a seat? Honorable Tunga, what are you rising on?
Correction, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Tunjwa.
Tunjwa, yes,
Yeah,
sorry.
Honorable Chair, I've been threatened by a member of EFF that after this meeting, he's going to box me. Please.
Honorable Tunjwa, where did that take place? Because we've been listening to a member here.
No, through you, Honorable House Chair, when the debate was on about Honorable Maute,
On what road?
she was pointing fingers on me.
Honorable Tunja, okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, can we please not threaten one another
Violence,
when we have
violence.
a plenary? We know how we should treat one another as honorable members. Continue, Honorable Dagmo.
No, thanks. So we thank all of those that are involved. I think it's important that we also salute the Chief Whip, Dumiseni Mtuli, and all the Chief Whips of the different political parties who have worked with Public Works to look at the issue of accommodation for political staff. There has been major progress that has been made, and I also want to salute Honorable Masina. I'm not sure if he's still in the House, but he's chairing the ad hoc committee that has made major progress in regard to the Parliamentary Villages Act. And I want to ask here today, Madam Speaker, through the chair, that when you actually look at the situation that we are dealing with in regard to the parliamentary villages, transport, and so on, I believe that the time has arrived, Speaker, where Parliament, as a distinct arm of government alongside the executive and the judiciary, must take responsibility for all aspects of its management and its governance. For instance, maintenance, transport, the parliamentary villages. I have no doubt that this would lead to a more effective running of the institution. These comments are not an attack on Public Works, not an attack on the Public Works staff, but my appeal is about the need for Parliament to take responsibility through a time-bound process to consider what are the implications of certain functions being transferred from Public Works directly to Parliament. Diyacela toch, Somlomo. Can we consider this? And then it's important just to respond a little bit to some of the things that people have said, and I want to link to what Honorable Froelich indicated. You know, members, 624 million in this budget goes to constituency officers, the political staff. And Parliament asked all the political parties to submit a list of their constituency officers. And you know, Honorable Clark came here and she talked about accountability. But do you know that the Democratic Alliance did not submit the name of one constituency office? That's where we need a forensic audit. What are they doing with this money if they're not opening constituency offices? Honorable Clark herself doesn't even have a constituency office. And then MKP. The Honorable MKP has never submitted the name of one constituency office. And even though the EFF has got 39 members, they've only submitted the names of 6 parliamentary officers. That's where forensic audit is needed.
Honorable Dagmo, please take a seat. Honorable Msezan.
No, angibonge mhlali ngaphambili. Lo baba uyithatha le information.
That's not a point of order, Honorable Msezan.
No umbuzo.
And who are you asking?
Uqamba amanga lo baba.
Honorable Msezan. Honorable Msezan. Withdraw that.
You're embarrassing
Withdraw
us.
that. You can't say uqamba mang.
Shame, MKP, shame.
He is misleading.
Withdraw first.
Akaqamba manga, he is misleading.
Thank you very much. Withdraw. Say I withdraw.
Shame, MKP, shame.
Ngiyahoxisa ukuthi uqamba manga.
Thank you very much,
Uya
honorable member.
misleader. Should uqamba manga ngenqondo ngenxele ngaqondi.
Thank you. Honorable Skosana, what is your point of order?
Chair, point of clarity. Honorable Douglas, you must come to my
Honorable
constituency
Skosana,
office. Don't
that's
mislead
not a
people
point of
here.
order.
Don't grandstand here. You must come to my own
Honorable Skosana.
constitutional office.
Honorable
I've got a
Skosana.
constituency.
Honorable Skosana, that is not a point of order. That's a point of debate. And when a member is on the podium debating, even if a matter touches you, if it is not a matter that is unparliamentary, there is no need for you to raise a hand. When you don't have anything to raise that is unparliamentary, that is a point of debate and you can take it outside with him. Please, we need to proceed with the business of the day. Honorable Mente.
House Chair,
I think the Speaker must take note that there's a serious violation in the House. If this Parliament releases constituency money with no names and constituency offices, it is a dereliction of duty from the Speaker and the STP. They can't release money like that. That's violation of financial rules.
Thank you, Honorable Mente, and you know the right procedure to follow in order for you to raise that. Honorable Dagmo.
Thank you, Chair. The point that Honourable Froelich made is that members of the public want to know how to contact their members in their constituencies. The fact is that the DA has not submitted one name. MKP, whether you have an office or not, you have not submitted a name, but maybe the problem is that the MKP chief whip was arrested this morning. Maybe that's the problem. The MK chief whip was arrested this morning. So,
Honorable
I want to make.
Honorable Dagmo, honorable members, please, if you are not recognized, do not open your mic. No, I saw you. Please, do not open your mic. Continue, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable Dagmo, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, and I also believe that this Chief Whip of the MKP who was arrested this morning has also been nominated to serve on the impeachment committee. The same one. Now, so let us not, let us not.
Honorable Sezan.
No, Angbong Sihlalo. I wanted to check if the member is willing to take a question on his role. On the role
Don't
he
ask
played.
the question. You will ask when he
Uze
says
mthatha
he
umhlaba ubaba
agrees.
omkhulu.
Honorable Sezana, no. Honorable Dagmo, are you willing to take a question?
No, not now.
Thank you.
So, I think we also have a very important committee that we are underutilizing, and that is the Committee on Petitions on Executive Undertakings. Now, for instance, if you take the DA, they went and sold municipal land to foreigners, 50 pieces of municipal land, and that's not surprising why the communities now are going to bring a petition. And I know that Honourable Kola Barnard, who chairs this commission, will accept a petition where the communities say, how can you sell municipal land to foreigners? Because that's what the DA in the city of Cape Town has done. So that's the kind of issues that must come to the petitions committee, which we can deal with. I want to conclude by saying our democracy is resilient, our parliament is well led, we respect the judgments of the courts, we respect the authority of Parliament, and thank you, Speaker, for saying that you will begin a discussion with the other spheres of government about how far their powers go and how far our powers go. I think that's important. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Order, Honorable Members. I will now recognize the Honorable Speaker to respond to the debate. Honorable Member of the MKP, you do that once again. I've cautioned you for the first time. This is the second time you do that again.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I'd like to thank all members who participated in the debate, their reflections as well as their suggestions on how all of us here can improve the functionality of Parliament. I want to thank Honorable Mulder, and I think if we listen to what he said in the beginning, that vote 2 should not actually be a contentious debate because it's about us. It's about the work that we do. And I just want to take a minute. When members sit here and say Parliament, it's like we're speaking with some entity that is there, not us as public representatives. If you talk about the work of the committees, it's you who participate in those committees. If you talk about things that are not done correctly, particularly with respect to the rules and how they are strengthened to ensure oversight on executive action, it's us. You serve in the Rules Committee. If we are concerned about how funds are utilized in support of the work of Parliament is not done, you have got the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament where parties are represented. So how are we doing the work that we need to do? Honorable members have stood here, correctly so, to say, from your perspective, there is a decline, interest in what we do. People are a bit, unsure whether the political players, meaning ourselves, we actually respond in the manner that their concerns and their interests are attended to. Honourable members, I also want to talk about our conduct. Because when we start to say people are no more respecting this institution, it's about how we conduct ourselves in this house. How sometimes we belittle very important national issues that even if we may be differing, we should do so with humility and humanness. We are a mirror in which citizens look at themselves. If we insult one another here, if we belittle one another here, if we don't see each other as human, why should we start to worry when citizens mimic us? And I think this challenge is on us. It doesn't mean ideologically we must agree. It doesn't mean on certain positions we must agree. But we must disagree with respect. We mustn't show it only when one of us has passed on and we stand here and make tributes and start to say, we are human. Why should we be human when one of us is gone? Why can't we be human every day? In my language, isiZulu, sithi akukho soka lingenasici. All of us here do make mistakes. All of us here, there are times where we need to correct one another. Kodwa isiZulu siphinde sithi ungabombheca umuntu ngobende inyama engayidlanga. You mustn't say a person has done something when you actually know that they have not. I was fortunate that I sent a message to Honorable Mawutwe, who made certain interventions here and left. And as a point of correction, it's important to say this in this house. She made a reference about decisions that executive authorities have taken in the appointment of the Secretary of Parliament. And in terms of date and time, I think she's wrong. The Secretary of Parliament was appointed in 2022 by the 6th administration. The 9th BRICS Parliament was in 2023 in the 6th administration. But I think these two issues raise an important matter that this Parliament must deal with. One, about our own recruitment procedure of the accounting officer of Parliament. What is it that we might not have done or done, which when we sit back in this 7th administration, we think it shouldn't happen this way? Ours is to correct. not to actually grandstand and make political points on a very serious matter. But also, we mustn't impugn somebody's integrity. Colleagues, these are professionals who actually decide to come and work in this parliament to support our work. And I do think that where they need to be corrected, we need to do so in a proper way. But I don't think we need to embellish their professionalism. I don't think it augurs well for us. It may be Kolile George today, it may be your son or your daughter tomorrow. Because they too will at times work for the institutions of government. If there are wrong things that were done by the then administration in terms of executive authority and members of parliament because they participated in the interview process, let's correct it. Secondly, if there are things that we might not have done correctly in how, when we are hosts as South Africa, we need to correct that, but not make it a cheap political point. Again, it points to our own conduct. Honorable members, there are certain proposals that have been made by members on what we need to do. In the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, Honorable Des van Rooyen made a proposal which I think this House must accept, that we must have a budget forum so that we can actually involve members of Parliament in reflecting on how the spending of Parliament should be allocated in order to support the work that we do. And that will help us so that when we make our assessment of what areas we need to spend on, we do so with your participation. Honorable members, I sometimes worry when we say we do not support this budget. I understand it may be politicking, but the budget of Parliament includes party political funding that enables us to do our work as parties. It includes constituency work that we must do as parties. It includes resources of your own individual portfolio committees as members. I don't want to talk about salary because that's part of it. But the reality is, if you reject the budget, how are you going to function and ensure that the needs of the electorate that we are supposed to address are indeed addressed? So, honorable members, there are moments in which we must differ, but there are moments in which we need to say what is in the interest of the electorate that we serve. I also want to appreciate the proposal from members that say we must look at the funding model for Parliament. A lot of work has been done, and I must say, because it is important for me to say this in front of this House, there is no hostility from National Treasury nor the Minister himself. He appreciates that this matter needs to be corrected so that Parliament can be funded in a manner that it helps Parliament to conduct its work. I only want to say to honorable members, it's important for us to appreciate that in our robustness overseeing the executive, it's also important about how we ourselves do that work. You know, members were saying, Honorable Dagmo, I know he was a bit fierce. Where do you get the information about constituents office? We get it from your political staff. Because we do so wanting to know who are the political parties that have constituent offices and where are they? in order to see how we can best support you. But we do understand that some political parties, in terms of their choice, they may decide not to have individual constituencies everywhere and anywhere, but they would find a model in which they can actually work utilizing those resources to serve constituency. As you know, that other parties have got fewer numbers, so their footprint across the country may not be the same. We understand that. Honorable members, there are issues that have also been raised by Honorable Nkwankwa because I think they are important. That in ensuring that we do the work that the court has instructed us to do in respect of the impeachment committee, it's important that we also look at the sequencing and see how best we do that work in a manner that does not, again, put us in trouble. I know one of the honorable members last week was making a comment publicly that the speaker has actually not done what the court has done. I won't mention by name because I respect all of you honorable members. So sometimes no man ganganjentia.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Just cautioning that look at the time.
Thank you very much.
Yes. No, you can finish off. You still have
That's
a few
to say
seconds.
to members, after the judgment of the Concord, the Speaker has actually complied fully. We outlined the processes that had to be done. We actually referred the report to this House through your ATC. We referred the report to the President. We also referred the report to the Sub-Rules Committee of this Parliament because of the amendments that the Rules Committee must do. We went to the Chief Whips Forum and asked and inform the members of the determination of that committee and follow up with a written communication for members to give us their names, which they've done. And we've announced that on Monday, the first meeting of that committee will sit. So what is it that we say the Speaker has been partial, has not acted in the interest of this House? I do not think it's true. Honorable members, I do hope that as we reflect on this budget and indicate what must be done, we will be able to do so and maintain the decorum such that citizens can respect and take us seriously. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I will ask the Secretary to read the order together. Your mic, Secretary.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services on oversight visit to Zonderwater Training College and Zonderwater Correctional Center, and consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services on follow-up oversight visit to Paulsmoor Correctional Center.
Thank you. I will now recognize Honorable Ramalbe.
Honorable Speaker, House Chairperson, honorable members, allow me to present both reports of the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services on its oversight visit to Zonderwater Training College, Zonderwater Correctional Center, and as well as our follow-up visit to Paulsmoor Correctional Center. Honorable House Chairperson, on the 11th November 2025, the committee did a visit to Training College and the Zonderwater Medium A Correctional Center to focus. The focus of the visit was on infrastructure, rehabilitation, social reintegration, treatment of offenders, and general conditions of both the center and the college. Honorable members, Zonderwater Training College officially opened its doors in February 1983 and currently offers further education, training, certificate in correctional services, NQF level 4 to learners aspiring to be correctional officials. The Department of Correctional Services has 2 training colleges, one in Zonderwater and another in Kronstadt. Zonderwater Training College can accommodate 492 learners, and usually it accommodates learners coming from KZN, Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest provinces. House Chairperson, the college has 7 housing units referred as companies, and each can accommodate 72 learners except a company which accommodates 60 learners. Honorable members, the college has identified a number of challenges they are facing, including learners' mental health, load shedding, and power outages, lack of adequate resources center and adequate resourced library, lack of fencing, lack of shelter at access gate, and also at the shooting range, and shortage of staff, especially in the training. House Chairperson, the committee has also did a local inspection at the Zonderwater Medium A facility, which is one of the 2 correctional centers under Zonderwater management area. Medium A is a maximum correctional facility with an approved bed space of 828 sentence offenders, but at the time of our visit, the center had a total of 1,187 sentence offenders, which translated to overcrowding rate of 69.5%. The center provides a number of skills development programs to offenders, including short and long skills, TVET, FET college programs, and a total of 437 offenders participating in such programs. House Chair, the center has identified a number of challenges they are facing, including the closure of their abattoir due to non-compliance and abattoir regulations, cooler not functioning at the broiler, air conditioner in the hospital malfunctioning, and the contamination of irrigation water. Honorable members, the committee was highly concerned that learners from Gauteng did not receive their stipend since September 2025 up until at the time of our visit. The committee requested the department to provide a detailed report on what happened, who was responsible, and consequence management to be applied. The committee was also concerned about the acting positions, especially for area commissioner and head of a medium A correctional center, and we have requested the department to ensure that funded vacancies were prioritized and filled. House Chairperson, the committee was impressed with the different products that were produced from the workshops in the center, including offender, uniforms, signage, cutlery, kitchen trolleys. The committee has encouraged the management of the center to ensure that more offenders benefited from such skills. On the follow-up visit to Paulsmoor facility, at the beginning of our term, the committee took a conscious decision to do things differently and to ensure that our oversight over the Department of Correctional Services is meaningful and impactful. This is why the follow-up was conducted in the correctional facility. But more importantly, it was the issue of the erroneous release of a remand detainee, which translated to an escape, including an incident that nearly claimed the lives of 2 officials who were badly stabbed by 3 remand detainee offenders. House Chairperson, the committee welcomed the appointment of the Area Commissioner of Paulsmoor Management Area, wished her well in her duties, and hope that her appointment will bring stability in that management area and further encourage the department to prioritize the filling of funded vacancies in that management area. House Chairperson, I therefore present both report of Zonderwater and Paulsmoor Correctional Facility for consideration by the House. I thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration on the reports. The usual time for declarations will apply. The MK Party.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the oversight visit to Zonderwater and Paulsmoor Correctional Center, we visited Zonderwater and Paulsmoor. We saw with our own eyes what the department tries to hide. We declare without fear or favor that the Department of Correctional Services is not rehabilitating offenders.
It is warehousing people, human beings in conditions that shame our nation. The Department of Correctional Services is in breach of its own constitutional mandate. Section 35 of the Constitution requires a detention condition consistent with human dignity. Overcrowding at 144%, leaking roofs, broken kitchens, and exploitation of laborers are inconsistent with human dignity and as enshrined in the Minimum Wage Act. Minister must account. More than 350 foreign nationals are locked in Zonderwater, convicted of murder, robbery, and drug dealings. Their presence exposes an uncomfortable truth. South Africa's correctional system is collapsing partly because the state has lost control of its own borders. You cannot fix the prisons if you cannot secure the gates of the nation. The department has abandoned its own officials. At Zonderwater, no perimeter fencing, no shelter at the access gate. At Polesmore, officials work without panic buttons or CCTV. The department demands orders while denying tools. This is a betrayal. The department has normalized lying to Parliament. At Zonderwater College, the committee was falsely told tablets were in use, only to find they were locked away. This is a breach of parliamentary privilege, demands investigation. We demand, as MK Party, we demand immediate action on safe infrastructure for officials. Panic buttons and CCTV must be installed in all high-risk units within 6 months. Consequence for misleading Parliament: officials who lied about tablets must face disciplinary proceedings. In conclusion, the department is failing inmates through warehousing. It is failing officials through dangerous conditions. It is failing public through wasted millions on preventable litigations. It is failing Parliament through false information. If the department refuses to act, we will pursue every mechanism to expose failures and compel reform. The people of South Africa deserve better. Inmates deserve better. Officials deserve better. This Parliament, on behalf of the people, must demand better. Honorable Chairperson, South Africans deserve a correctional system that corrects behavior, not one that merely manages overcrowded warehouse of human despair. Until this government confronts the structural failures exposed in this report, correctional services will remain a revolving door of crime, a revolving door of crime rather than a pathway to rehabilitation. I so declare.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by saying I will request that when Minister Gwende Matashe come back to the House, Honorable Dogmo, you must go and sit next to him, because half of the time he's sleeping when we are sitting there. He may fall. So, House Chairperson.
Honourable Member, please take your seat for a moment. I have a hand. Honourable Skosana, why do you want to be recognised?
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I'm rising on Rule 82. The Honorable Member has deliberately referred to Honorable Dagmo as Dogmo. Chair, can you please rule on that? Can you please withdraw?
Thank you. To rule on that, I will really have to check the Hansard. I didn't hear it that way, but I'll look into the Hansard. Honourable Member, please continue.
Thank you, House Chair, for protecting me. Chairperson, we form part of the parliamentary delegation to both the Polesmore and the Zonderwater visits. We cannot overstate how horrendous the conditions of these correctional centers are, and that these conditions potentially amount to state-sanctioned gross violation of human rights of the detainees. We moved from the term prisons to the correctional facilities. The intention was clear: to create an environment in which human beings who have committed crimes can be rehabilitated and returned to normal life in the society. The conditions at Portsmouth are such that there is very little chance of rehabilitation at that center. And that in it actually breeds the criminality and turns petty criminals into hard thugs. From almost free movement and circulation of contraband, including of cell phones and drugs, to the kitchens without valid compliance certificates. From leaking roofs to dysfunctional CCTVs and panic buttons, to generalized and accepted abuse of inmates by other inmates. Most tragic is that the very same conditions have been noted in our previous visit to the center, and the very little progress is actually made on that regard. At Zonderwater, we were quite pleased with the potential that Zonderwater Training College has in endangering for the transformation role that the correctional center can play. Other than that, the underlying issues are essentially the same as Portsmouth. There's poor management, understaffing, overpopulation, the unchecked flow of drugs and weapons, rampant gang activity, and a high level of violence. For years, we have proposed that these centers be equipped with cell phone jamming technology to prevent inmates from communicating with the outside world and the coordination of the crime. The department must urgently employ more warders and implement regular rotation to reduce corruption and compromise. Inmates should eat food they themselves grow and prepare. They should wear clothes they themselves sew. They should sleep on the beds they themselves make and use blankets produced in the prison's workshop. This is how we build skills and achieve genuine rehabilitation, not by locking people in cells for 23 hours a day.
Thank you,
While
Honourable
we support
Member.
the recommendation
Your time
contained
has now
in this
expired.
report.
Honourable Member, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That head also is from Portsmouth.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. These reports expose persistent failures in our correctional system that continue to undermine rehabilitation, safety, and accountability. At Zonderwater, severe overcrowding, high vacancy rates, and prolonged acting appointments, weaken effective management and human detention conditions. We are deeply concerned by the failure to distribute educational tablets received in 2024, allegations of misleading information provided to the committee, and the non-payment of learner stipends. At Portsmouth, the continued presence of contraband, delays in destroying confiscated cell phones, and deterioration infrastructure reflect weak consequence management and poor coordination with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. These failures compromise security, inmate welfare, and rehabilitation efforts. While we welcome skills development initiatives and the appointment of the Permanent Area Commissioner at Portsmouth, commitments alone are insufficient. Clear timelines, accountability, and measurable implementations are urgent and required. The department must restore professionalism, strengthen oversight, and implement corrective measures without delay. The IFP supports the adoption of the reports. I thank you.
Thank you. The PI.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, patriotic South Africans, the Patriotic Alliance notes the report of the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Service regarding the oversight visit to Zonderwater Training College, Zonderwater Correctional Center, as well as the follow-up visit to the Paulsmoor Correctional Center. We declare that these reports highlight the persistent failure in our correctional system. At Sonderwater, facilities intended to rehabilitate offenders remain under-resourced and ineffective, undermining reintegration efforts. At Paulsmoor, overcrowding, poor sanitation, and unsafe conditions continue despite repeat oversight visits and promises of reform. Honorable members, oversight must not be reduced to ritual reporting. It must lead to decisive action. The Patriotic Alliance insists that Parliament must ensure accountability for management failures, invest in rehabilitation programs, and urgently address the overcrowding problem. Correctional centers must not be warehouses of despair. They must be institutions of justice, rehabilitation, and dignity. On behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, we declare oversight without conscience is meaningless. Sonderwater and Paulsmoor cannot remain symbols of neglect and failure. Parliament must act, and this report must drive real change. The Patriotic Alliance support the report. I thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
No declaration, Chairperson.
Thank you. Action SA.
Honourable Speaker, I rise to speak on the state of Paulsmoor Correctional Centre and by extension the crisis facing our correctional system in the Western Cape. During oversight, we were told that Paulsmoor has 2 body scanners, both not working. Is it any wonder then that large amounts of drugs and contraband continue to be confiscated? To date, the department cannot present a mini-drug master plan for Paulsmoor. They cannot tell us how you identify users. They cannot tell you how they support them. They cannot tell us how they stop the flow of drugs at the gate. This is not a prison. This is a war. This is a warehouse for addiction and for chaos. The same applies to gangs. Unable to screen effectively, unable to deal decisively with gang structures inside, unable to identify officials. Yes, the officials seems like they're wearing orange and the inmates are wearing brown. Our prisons have become a local economy run by gangs. Let me be clear about the cost of this failure. When an official murders his partner using a state firearm, the consequence is a 1 month's salary with withholding. That is not discipline. That is an insult to the victim and to every law-abiding official in the department. Let me educate the House on why discipline has collapsed. Officials make more money smuggling drugs, selling younger inmates to older inmates for as little as 50 rand, trafficking contraband, and running illicit money lending schemes inside. When crime pays inside, discipline dies. We need a system that prioritizes rehabilitation, restores discipline, and protects communities from repeat offenders. It would be a sad day, and this is to our Deputy Minister, Lindiwe, that had some words with me yesterday. I want to say to you, DP, it would be a sad day in our democracy if MPs are not to play oversight over the executive. Your words to me yesterday was, Honourable James, your work is in Parliament. Go there and leave the executive to do their work. It's not going to happen. Action SA is here. We are here to show up stronger every day, all day, throughout the year. The people of the Western Cape deserve the Department of Correctional Services safe facilities. I thank you.
Please don't do that. The UDM.
Next on this for starter.
Thank you. Rise. Well, Rise I don't see, but I see a hand to my left. Are you now with Rise, Honourable Member?
No, Chair. I wanted to ask whether it's parliamentary for Honourable Dagmore to call a caucus in Parliament.
Look at what they're doing here. No, Honourable Member, let's focus on the report. Honourable Members, before I recognize the next party, I have indeed consulted the recording, the unrevised Hansard, so to speak. Honourable Skosana, whilst the surname of Honourable Dagmore was indeed not pronounced Dagmore, it's also not quite clear to me that something else was really meant. So maybe Honorable Dugmore can go and have a bit of coffee with that member, and then, you know, I also sometimes struggle with the pronunciation of some of the surnames, so I'm not going to sustain that order for now. I've called on the rise, Bosa, Al-Jamar, the NCC, the PIC, the UAT.
Thank you, Chairperson. Khotso Ma-Afrika. Unity Ma-Afrika. Honorable members, the Correctional Service is not an Orania project where African men are slaved and stigmatized. It's a constitutional instrument for rehabilitation, accountability, and social transformation. Section 35, subsection 2E of the Constitution affirms that the detained person has a right to conditions of detention consistent with the human dignity, including adequate accommodation, nutrition, medical care, and access to reading material. Oversight by this committee, therefore, fulfill Parliament's constitutional obligation by ensuring that these rights are protected. The finding relating to administrative lapse, delayed learner stipends, non-allocated of educational tablets, and persistent acting appointments raise a serious concern. These weaknesses undermine both service delivery and integrity of correctional service training. Public resources allocated to correctional services must serve rehabilitation and institutional effectiveness, not inefficiency or mismanagement. We therefore call for the Department of Correctional Services, together with the National Treasury, to strengthen financial oversight and consequences management in line with the Public Financial Management Act. Honorable members, our correctional services must reflect the spirit of Correctional Service Act, which emphasizes rehabilitation and reintegration into society. A correctional services that equip individuals with skills and discipline contribute to the safer community and stronger nation.
Thank you. Good party. The DA.
House Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I wish to share our reflections on the oversight visits to Zonderwater Training College and the Correctional Center, as well as the trip to Pollsmoor Correctional Center. While the professionalism of DCS staff, most of them, is commendable, along with their efforts to maintain their centers, our role as the committee is to look beneath the surface to ensure that the department is in fact fulfilling every part of its mandate. A key pillar of a functional correctional system is leadership and staffing. Currently, we are seeing significant gaps that hinder progress at these facilities. With vacancy rates between 13 and 16% at both Zonderwater and Pollsmoor, there is immense pressure on the staff there. This is compounded by the continued reliance on acting positions across the department. DCS will not achieve its goals unless it prioritizes the permanent appointment of qualified, competent, and ethical individuals, especially in senior positions. Furthermore, the department must prioritize a complete review of its staffing system to address the bloated administrative staff and senior management where necessary in favor of vital security personnel. Regarding perimeter fencing and infrastructure, we must address the gap between approval and implementation. It is disheartening to see that while there is a critical need for perimeter fencing at Zonnewater, and this was recognized and costed at 32 million rand, the project remains stalled. Despite the estimates being on record, there is nothing scheduled, there is no envisioned date of erecting the perimeter fence. Similarly, Pollsmoor also has deficiencies in perimeter fencing that have already led to escapes in the recent past. To address the department's financial constraints, there must be a focus on using offender labor where possible to maintain and upgrade security infrastructure in a more cost-effective way. The most concerning thing is that this is true across the country. This is a national crisis where more than R1 billion is needed to fix all the perimeter fencing across South Africa. Facilities across the country have already costed and registered the need for this, but they sit in the same limbo as Zonnewater and Pollsmoor for the foreseeable future. It is imperative that the department's budget allocation reflects the essential nature of security infrastructure. I have said it before, I will say it again, without fences, we don't have correctional centers, we have correctional resorts, maybe camps, but these are not security infrastructure. The most sensitive issue is the optimal use of the resources that we have and integrity in the allocation of those resources. As members have mentioned, we saw at the center that there were tablets given in November 2024 that were not being used. Worse still, we were lied to and told that they were in use. Now we've done our part to uncover the truth. The department needs to tell us what action has been taken. Finally, we need to prioritize our duty of care to the department's trainees. In November 2025, we found out that the Gauteng trainees had not been paid. This is a travesty. It's not just an administrative hurdle, it is an impact on morale and the well-being of the future of this department. You cannot say you are operating under the Constitution and have no regard for people's dignity. We need to know that the department has comprehensively understood the cause of that non-payment and properly addressed it so it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The Portfolio Committee conducted an oversight visit to Sonderwald Training College and Sonderwald Correctional Center, focusing on infrastructure, rehabilitation, social reintegration, inmate treatment, and overall conditions on 21 November 2025. The committee returned to the Pollsmoor Correctional Center to assess progress on recommendations and commitments since its previous visit in 2022. Reflecting on these oversight reports, the ANC underscores our ongoing commitment to a correctional system that prioritizes the rehabilitation, accountability, and human dignity. Our white paper on correctional service is unequivocally the system's purpose is not punishment but public protection, social responsibility, and human development to prevent recidivism and restore dignity to those who have violated the law. These reports are tabled in May 2026 as our nation continues to grapple with the persistent challenges of transformation on criminal justice system onto that truly reflects the constitutional values we fought so hard to achieve. The ANC remain resolute that only through a principled leadership we can continue difficult work building a correctional system where rehabilitation and human dignity triumph over mere punishment. Honorable members, despite notable achievements documented in both reports, several deeply troubling challenges persist across our correctional facilities. At both Pollsmoor and Sonderwald, it was distressing to witness the devastating impact of overcrowding on living conditions, security, and effective delivery on rehabilitation programs. Pollsmoor operates at a staggering 17.23% overcrowding rate, with the remand facility of 234.0% and family center of 248.57%. Sonderwald Medium A faces a 69.5% overcrowding rate. This crisis is exacerbated by the significant detention of foreign nationals who have violated immigration laws, 401 at Portsmouth and 352 at Sonderwald, placing unsustainable pressure on our system while underscoring the need for a coordinated regional immigration management. At both facilities, we were particularly troubled by the persistent infiltration of contraband, undermining security and compromising the authority of our officials. At Portsmouth, the confiscation of 2,444 cell phones and 6,891 Mandrex tablets in a single year reveals the scale of this security breach. This trend has worsened since our previous visits, demanding urgent coordinated action. The NC therefore calls on the Department of Correctional Service to intensify joint security operation with the SAPS to decisively stem the flow of contraband into our centers through coordinated raids and enhanced screening technology, including quality body scanners and high-risk facilities. The NC is seriously concerned by the critical vacancy rates plaguing both institutions. Sonderwald Correctional Center faces 16.10% vacancy rate, while Sonderwald Medium A at 12.66%, while Portsmouth struggles with 207 unfilled positions, representing a 14.12% vacancy rate. These vacancies extend enormous pressure on existing personnel, compromising security management and directly undermines service delivery. The ANC makes a clear call to DCS to expedite recruitment processes to protect our dedicated correctional officials and ensure effective facility functionality. At Sonderwald Training College, we were deeply disappointed to discover that learning tablets procurement in 29 November 2024 remain idle and have not been distributed to learners. This inexorable delay undermines our efforts to modernize education and training within correctional facilities. Similarly, troubling was the discovery that learners at this same facility had not received their stipend since September 2025. Such administrative failures betray our commitment to developing the next generation of correctional officials and demand immediate accountability and consequence management. Honorable members, despite these shortcomings, we note with great appreciation the impressive advance in skills development and rehabilitation programs at both facilities. At Sonderwald, offenders manufacture their own uniforms, signage, cutlery, and kitchen trolleys. At Portsmouth workshops, produce quality furniture and steel cabinets, while agricultural products yielded over 72.917 kg of vegetables. This initiative exemplifies the progressive approach adopted by the ANC since the advent of democracy, that correctional facilities must contribute meaningfully to rehabilitation and preparation for the social reintegration. We recommend that the department prioritize accreditation of these skills programs to ensure offenders receive recognized certificates, significantly improving employment prospects upon release. The ANC wishes to recognize the dedication and resilience of our correctional officials who, undeterred by difficult conditions, continue to executing their duties with pride and professionalism. Their commitment remains central to maintaining order and building a safer South Africa for all. In tabling this report, we have identified areas demanding urgent attention. We remain confident that effective parliamentary oversight, improved interdepartmental coordination, adequate resourcing, and strengthened implementation of existing legislation and policies will enable us to realize a correctional system that advances the values of dignity, justice, and
Thank you, Honourable
rehabilitation.
Member.
The ANC support this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now recognize the Acting Chief Whip.
Thanks, House Chair. I move that both reports be accepted.
Honourable Member, the motion is that both reports be adopted. Are there any objections? The MK Party.
Please note the objection of MK to both reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Kindly note the objection of Action SA.
Action SA. Honourable Mahlatsi.
Do you to reject?
The objection of MK Party, Action SA and UIT is noted. With those objections noted, the reports are agreed to. Honourable members, the next item is a decision on the question on a draft resolution in the name of the Honourable Lonzi, which will stand over in terms of Rule 99. The last item on the order paper is a decision of question on the draft resolution in the name of the Honourable Zungula, which will also stand over in terms of Rule 99. Honourable members, I request you to please stand and remain standing for the presiding officer and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day. The House is adjourned.